But the batch?
We are starting from group 7 or group 1?
Group 1.
Anukan, I just told Sharon that whoever batch presents first, I mean, sends the cases first, should get the chance also to present first. That be all right with you?
Yeah, okay. But then, most of them, because we give them Friday deadline, they send it on Friday. So then if they send it 2 hours earlier or 2 hours later, that
no, just anyway, to encourage people.
Yeah, no problem. I have no issue. Yeah. Sharon, whoever it is, you can start with.
Yes, Doctor.
We can project the question on the thing and then let them start talking about the.
Okay, everybody's on now?
Yeah, Father Anthony has also joined.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Father.
Yeah. We start?
Congratulations, Doctor. Good morning.
Thank you. A very good morning to all our students and the faculty and the BOT. A warm welcome to the 4th capsule and on organ donation. And now we start the case assignment discussions. And without taking much of your time, I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Anukan Mittal, our academic dean. Over to Dr. Anukan Mittal.
Thank you, Dr. Anthav. Welcome to all participants, Father Anthony and Sharon. We are now beginning with the case studies on module 3, which is family and marital relations. So, Sharon, could you start with the first case that is to be discussed? Or group 1? Okay. Right. We just project the case also on top. Yeah.
Sharon, can I start?
Yeah, please do.
Good morning to all our faculty members and my fellow course participants. My name is Rohan Rodrigues, and our case today is related to the issue of child custody. The summary of the case is that Dr. Rakesh, who is a trained psychologist, counseled a woman with many adjustment problems arising out of an abusive marriage. After a few months, the woman went ahead for separation and applied for divorce. Dr. Rakesh had counseled the woman for about 6 months, and based on the request of his client's lawyer, he agreed to testify in support of his client having custody to her 7-year-old child. From the witness stand, he offered many opinions about the adjustment of his client and her child in the family court. The client's husband filed an ethical complaint against Dr. Rakesh, noting that he had lacked training in child and family assessment and that he never actually interviewed the child and therefore was negligent. It also seemed that the child had been in treatment with another psychologist, and Dr. Rakesh never sought information from that colleague or the child's father. So we have 2 questions. The first question is, discuss the ethical violation of the psychologist. Now, Dr. Rakesh was the therapist of the child's mother only, and the child was being counseled by another psychologist. He did not seek information from the child's counselor about the psychological issues the child could be suffering and how he was being treated and looked after by his parents. Therefore, he did not have the full facts to determine which parent would be better able to provide for the child. Hence, the ethical breach was that he testified in court about the adjustment issues faced by the child based on his assessment of the client and the discussions he had with her alone. As he did not have the complete information, he was not in a position to give a balanced professional opinion on, which parent should have custody of the child. The next question is, how could the counselor have dealt with the matter differently? Our opinion is that if the therapist decides to testify in a child custody case, then he must have a non-judgmental attitude. With the information that he had being the woman's therapist only, he should have only informed the court about her medical findings, her condition, and course of treatment. On the matter regarding the child's custody, he could have refused to testify in court as he was not in a position to give a balanced professional opinion. If he thought in the interest of the child it was necessary to testify about the adjustment issues faced by the child, then he should have interviewed the child, his father, and also consulted with the child psychologist to understand if the child was suffering any traumatic issues related to abuse, separation of his parents, etc., and then only testified based on these discussions. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Have you finished?
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah. Sharon, could you go back to the first slide of the case, please? Very, very nicely put. And I think you've had a lot of discussions and you must have had a lot of arguments and different opinions. Please read the third line. And right, and the first slide, right? And the fourth line. He did not mention anything about the child or the father. He did not mention anything about basically custody in terms of this case does not mention anything about denying the custody to the father. He supported the mother having the custody. And we know that in 90% of the cases, unless proven otherwise, of mental deficiency or cruelty or drug abuse, the custody of the child goes to the mother. So the point here is his remit as a counselor to the mother was to talk only about the mother and her concept of her relationship with a child. It is unethical to submit a 7-year-old child to multiple therapists, multiple psychologists. So probably your group's intentions are very good, but for him to have an interview with the child is a no-no. The third thing is the issue of confidentiality. If I am the child psychologist and the mother contacts me, or if I'm the husband psychologist and the mother contacts me, I would ask for a joint session to be taken by either of the therapists rather than therapists discussing their opinions, their viewpoints, and their insights into their clients individually. And that is very specifically needed, because when I discuss a 7-year-old child's discussions with me, with the mother's therapist, I'm actually betraying the child's confidentiality. So that is a breach of ethics. And the same thing, if I, as a parent psychologist, I'm discussing something with the child's psychologist, I'm betraying certain ethical rights of the mother. Even if I have consent, there are issues which will come up, which will lead to that. So these are all things which we need to consider. What you have said is right, that yes, a counselor or a therapist needs to have proper training and qualifications. But unfortunately, in India, like I had to go abroad to get my family therapy certification. I was working there for 4 years, during which I did my courses in family therapy expert. But in India, there are no formal courses and there are no formal authorities or organizations which offer such training courses. So, yes, the father is right in suing, but I would believe that what would happen is that there would be a family session and or by another third-party therapist, and then evaluation would be done, which would be necessary before a decision is taken. But each individual is entitled to his own therapist or psychologist, and the confidentiality that goes. Are we clear? Do you have any questions?
Oh, I got it, Doctor. I understood. Yeah, because the issue of confidentiality comes, and that's a very
Yeah, true.
aspect.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Yeah. Can we begin with uh, case 2?
Yes, good morning, all the faculty members and the students. Am I audible?
Yeah. You got it.
Yes. So the case is about 8 years old Sunil, and the case overview is he's an 8-year-old and had problem in the school. The family requested Miss Priya, a child psychologist, to evaluate Sunil because of the problem in the school. Through the psychological intervention, it was found that Sunil had a mild learning disability, and also he was poorly coping with a variety of family stresses, which includes his mother's reaction to paternal infidelity, and his father's recent discovery was that Sunil was not his biological child. And after the intervention that Miss Priya received signed release form from the school asking for any information that she had on Sunil's problem. And Miss Priya responded with a letter describing the cognitive test results and referring in general terms to emotional stresses in the family that are being attended to. Next slide, please. So the question which was put in the case, did Miss Priya handle client and family confidentially in an appropriate way? Was there any ethical violation? How could the counselor violate client confidentiality? So in our group, we discussed, and the point which came up, we have put it down. Miss Priya should not have disclosed any sensitive personal information. She was not appointed as the in-house counselor of the school. Since the client is a minor, only cognitive issues could have been revealed. Emotional and confidential issues cannot be revealed to third parties without the written consent of the parents. Since here child is a minor, so consent should be taken from the parents. In this case, Ms. Priya has violated the ethical principle of ACA Code B1 regarding respect to the client's right to privacy. As such, counselor should not ask for private information from clients except in situations where it is beneficial to the counseling process. The second one is respect for confidentiality. Counselor may not share confidential information without the client's consent or without sound legal or ethical justification. Next. Third-party payers. Counselors may disclose information to third parties only when clients have authorized such disclosure. But here in this case, parents did not authorize any such disclosure. Rather, on the other hand, he was worried that the counselor may reveal the any sensitive information. The next point is disclosure or transfer. Unless exceptions to confidentiality exist, counselor must obtain written permission from clients to disclose or transfer records to legitimate third parties. Steps are taken to ensure that receivers of counseling records are sensitive to their confidential nature. Same thing here, there was no written permission taken from the client's guardians. Next slide, please. Conclusion. Miss Priya, without the informed consent of the client, in this case, the client's parents, since client is a minor, gave sensitive information to the school, which was not ethical, particularly regarding the emotional stresses in the family. That is, the mother's reaction to the child's paternal infidelity and the revelation that Sunil was not the biological child of his father. By doing so, not only has she breached patient's confidentiality, but also violated the code of ethics of psychology. But she has also destroyed any rapport that she may have built with the client, since when they come to the psychologist, their first thing is to build rapport, but once it is disclosed, everything is the trust is gone from the clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't get your name.
I am Sister Sheila.
Thank you, Sister Shima. Yeah, Sharon, can we go back to point 1, the slide of the case, please? Right. Okay. Yeah, no, the one next to that. Yeah. Okay. Read all this. Your points are well taken. I would disagree with the point where you said that no personal information should be sought from the client during counseling. The purpose of counseling is to deal with the issues, many of them which come from personal issues. And in an 8-year-old child who's just dealing with his infidelity current of his father, and probably the infidelity of the mother or the lie of his mother about his biological father. So that is an enormous burden the child is carrying. And if you go to the next slide, all that you spoke about, right? There is a signed release form. I think I am in error here. I am at fault. A signed release form is signed by the parents. That is a form that is signed by the parents, which authorizes the therapist or the psychologist to release the records. Right? That is what a signed release form means. That they sign a form which authorizes release of information. Contrary to your group's belief, I believe that the psychologist actually was perfect, that she kept her report only relating to issues with which the school would be concerned with, that is the cognitive distortions, the cognitive issues, the learning issues. She did not disclose anything specific about the emotional stressors, the reasons, or the emotional history, or the infidelity history. What she has referred to in general terms, that there are emotional stress in the family which are adding on to the cognitive issues, because he's a LD student and these are being addressed. So in effect, the fact that she said these are being addressed tells the schools to shut up and not discuss these emotional issues with the child in any way, especially the school counselor, 90% of the time, who may not be capable or trained to deal with emotional issues such as infidelity, etc., but only with children's issues of learning disability and intellectual disability. So thank you very much. I am absolutely in of your group, that you went and you read all the rule books and everything, and it is really commendable, the work that your group has done. But unfortunately, my fault that I should have highlighted the words, the signed release form, which probably if you would have investigated, would have told you that it's a release of information and consent to give information. So all that is that you discussed about right to consent, etc., is negated by that. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, doctor.
Right. So thank you. You've
Thank
done an
you.
excellent job. Your group has done an excellent job. Thank you. Catherine? Yeah.
Good morning, all. I am Brother Tony Thomas. Now we are discussing about the case 3, and the case is Sanjeev and Smita have been living together and are engaged for months. Sanjeev is the only child. Sanjeev's father has just returned from Dubai. He worked there for most of his life and regrets not having spent time with his son during his growing years. Now he wants to build a relationship with his son and spend time getting to know him. They request him to take them to the mall or to the market or the bank. Now Smita finds herself alone for the most of the evening. Every Sunday, he insists that Sanjeev and Smita spend the entire day with him at his home. Sanjeev agrees. They watch television, play cards, have lunch and dinner, and return home at midnight. Sanjeev and Smita never have time to themselves. Smita is not too happy with the existing situation. This is creating a conflict. There seems to be a breakdown in communication. There are 4 questions, and the first question is it fair for his parents to demand this time? In India, where rarely the parents accept live-in relationship. In the case of Sanjeev, his parents have accepted his relationship with Smita. Though live-in relationship gives the opportunity to evaluate the values the couple stand for it in the eyes of society, it is not as comfortable as that of married life. From Sanjay's parents' side, they cannot demand for their son, but they can request him with love and consent to spend time with them. Because in the growing years of Sanjeev, they gave importance to the well-being of the family. The second question, what is the conflict between the family origin and family that is his? Family of origin failed to build up their parental bond with the children. Parents could have been more understanding towards Sanjeev and Smita's relationship. After a certain age, children accept that parents should give them more space and freedom to live their life according to their choice. And the third question, what attitude needs to be facilitated here? Conflict begins with their self-centeredness and regret of the past. Smita was more committed to her parents than Sanjeev's relationship. Attitudinal shift needs to be facilitated here are Sanjeev's relationship balance between his parents and wife. In the case of Smita, accepting his parents as her own and developing attitude of love towards them that will build up togetherness instead of isolated family. Egoistic attitude needs to be avoided. In the case of Sanjeev, an attitude of respect, love, and care towards his parents and Smita. And the last question, who should be given priority by the both couples? Parents should be given first priority at the same time, keeping in mind that both the relationships are important. Since Sanjeev and Smita are not married and they are in live-in relationship. Before the marriage, the parents get first place in the relationship with the children. And about the case summary, relationships are more important in life. We need to respect, love, and accept one another in the family. We have to understand the fact and accept them as it happens. Having mutual understanding and unity in the family help us to live a happy life. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Father Tony, anything?
Yeah,
Brother,
I won't comment about this one, doctor.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay, very pertinent points made by you. The group has worked very efficiently, and I think the points that you made about the question raised about family of origin and the current family is very important. You're right. Uh, where probably a sentence that you use that his parents have accepted a live-in relationships. Um, are they doing a favor, uh, or they have no choice? That is the first point. Uh, the couple had decided, and they're having a living relationship. They have formed their own family. Uh, the father, as a family of origin, was working abroad, and as you rightly said, he has not built on that. So there is no question of now demanding that time and space or accepting the relationship. Uh, about the attitudinal shift, yes, uh, it is between both of them to decide how they divide and allot time. So your group is right partly in that, but partly I think the thought process has become a little one-sided, with some sympathy for the parents and with some thought process more veering towards the parental loneliness and their needs, uh, while you have probably ignored the future needs of the couple. And that is something that needs to be considered uh, very strongly by the couple. However, having said that, there are no rules or moral, ethical obligations which are set in stone in this. It is for them to decide together and plan on the long-term relationship to be held together. Right. So, thank you. I mean, it's a very from the discussion, from the answers you have given, it looks like you people have had a good amount of discussion, and that is exactly our purpose. And I think you have achieved that. So, thank you very much, brother. Yeah. Can we move on to the next? Right? Group 4. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. The case that we have, I'm Durel Fernandez, and happy to present before you. What we have as case 4 is a middle-aged sex couple who have approached their local church for permission to get married and formalize their relationship. They say that they've been in a committed, loving relationship for the last 15 years. They had conceived and given birth to a child to artificial means and have raised the child together for 10 years. They were themselves raised as Catholics and have inculcated the same faith in their child, and they have received their sacraments independently. They come from their own personal families who are unwilling and unsupportive to accept the bond. The next question. Next slide, please. The first question we have is, are there any issues for the members of the church to consider before accepting this couple? So according to what we said, found out was yes, if it's legally allowed in the country. But however, once again, we agree that the state has no authority to enforce its views on religious institutions. The Catholic Church does not recognize same-sex marriage. So of course, it will end up rejecting the couple. The country above is not mentioned in this scenario. India does not recognize same-sex marriage or civil unions. And right now, there are lots of cases already in the Delhi court. However, if the law does come through, then yes, there will be issues that the church will have to be prepared to face. Next slide, please. The second question, does this Catholic Church accept this concept of same-sex unions? The Catholic Church does not accept same-sex marriage. It considers it as deviant behavior. It's against the basic values. According to the Vatican, they term it as immoral, and that advise us to actively oppose it and say it is akin to legalization of evil. what they consider is homosexual unions are analogous to God's plan for marriage and family. While marriage is holy, homosexual acts go against the natural moral law. So, what the church consists as same sex union is that it says it is sexual activity outside of marriage. Also, same sex marriages are not part of God's plan for families and raising children. God does not and cannot bless sin, is what the Vatican says. However, our church follows its own laws called the canon laws, to which the faithful are subject to, and the laws cannot force the church to go against its law. The next slide, please. What could be the ethical issues that may arise if the couple is rejected by the church? According to what we have here, the church, we say, is a universal body. So the ethical issues that may arise is that why does the church accept some people and why this discrimination? The church accepts individuals and they call the faithful to love one another. But once again, why are same-sex unions not acceptable? Why are LGBTQs treated as lesser members of its congregation? Why are they discriminated against? Why does the Vatican bless homosexuals but does not bless same-sex unions? Further ethical, next slide please, that may arise is that if that law of the land of that state permits them to get married and have children by that law, why is it not accepted by the church? Another problem is that if the laws of the country in which the couple resides allows such a union, it could be no problem. But in countries where such marriages are banned, there could be emotional and mental problems that could arise for both the couples coping with their children. Next slide, please. Should that same-sex union couple be asked to undergo any formal rituals like marriage encounter before they are given permission? To this question, the group came to a common conclusion that in the first place, since the church does not support same-sex marriage, this question is irrelevant. Next question, please. Next slide, please. Does the child need to go to Sunday school and be baptized? Some of us supported, some did not. If the child, yes, if the child should first be baptized, if approved by the church. About Sunday school, yes, it would build up the faith of the child. However, another point that was brought up was if the child is baptized, brought up by the faith, as the child is learning the faith, there will be confusion in the minds of the child. Is my mother a male? Are they following the commandments? These are questions that could stay in the mind of the child and cause chaos in his life. Another point was that if the parents are not living as per the faith, the child cannot be accepted for baptism or Sunday school, as he or she will be a deviant. Maybe when the child becomes a major, the child could make her own decision. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. Next slide. That's it. Okay. These were the opinion of our group. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I ask Father Anthony, please take it rightly. Your slides are a mess. There are different fonts, different colors, different sizes. They are messy. They are busy. I think you had a session with Dr. Avinash D'Souza where he explained to you how to make presentations, and these slides are definitely not in any way in keeping up with the presentation. And I'm sorry, I'm using direct words. You need to redo your slides. At least make sure that you use the same fonts, the same size, the same color, the same type.
Okay, sorry about that, Father.
So, yeah. No, I'm not a father. Sorry, I'm not.
Sorry about
The second point which I would like to raise before I hand over to Dr. Anthony is you are supposed to answer questions, your group. You are asking questions. That is not the purpose of this case study. You're asking why the church should not, why the this thing should not. No, you've been asked a particular question. You discuss amongst yourself and you give the answer. If you have questions on that, you post in the group later and they will be answered by whoever. But in this presentation, you're supposed to discuss the possibilities of the issues raised by the question. Now I hand over to Father Anthony.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, group. See, there are a lot of questions in this case, a lot of issues that are there, very relevant issues. And the questions that are formulated also, I think there are some issues there also. So let me first of all give you the little bit of the understanding of the church. And then I think that most of the answers will be clarified there. So first of all, the whole understanding of what the marriage is, what family is, and what the family should be is there, which the church wants to put forth. And it put forth in various documents. And so one of the first things is the Catholic marriage. I think this is what Father Emmanuel also explained last month. Marriage should be between a man and a woman who make the commitment to one another for life in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. And the children which will be born will be the fruit of their own sexual union, not through IVF or surrogacy, but through their own union. And the child or the children which are born will receive a proper environment where they will receive help, support, and guidance and love of both the couples, both the parents. Yeah? I'll read out to you what Pope Francis in Amoris Laetitia number 172 says. Every child has a right to receive love from a mother and a father. Both are necessary for a child's integral and harmonious development. Each of the spouses contributes in a distinct way to the upbringing of a child. Respecting the child's dignity means affirming his or her need and natural right to have a mother and a father. So, besides this, there is no question of discriminating the couple or discriminating people. Very clearly, both in the Catechism number 2358, Amoris Laetitia number 250, the persons with homosexual orientations are never to be discriminated. They should be treated with love and dignity. But it still says, the church teaches that respect for homosexual persons cannot lead in any way to approval of homosexual behavior or to legal recognition of homosexual unions. The common good requires that laws recognize, promote, and protect marriage as the basis of the family, the primary unit of society. Legal recognition of homosexual unions or placing them on the same level as marriage would mean not only the approval of behavior with the consequence of making it a model in present-day society, but would also obscure basic values which belong to the common inheritance of humanity. The church cannot fail to defend these values for the good of men and women and for the good of society itself. So to promote that concept of the natural law, marriage, family, the good of the children, this is why it teaches that marriage is only between man and woman, and the child should be born as a fruit of their union. Some countries have legalized, and so therefore they have the civil registration, civil formalities for some sort of celebration. But the church does not have it because it considered not as moral, goes against the order of creation. And so therefore there is no religious right to formalize this union. And so therefore the questions which are raised, whether they will go to the parish priest and whether they will receive baptism or Sunday school, etc., does not arise because the concept of such homosexual unions itself or marriage itself is not there. You must have heard last month only, there was these Belgian bishops who have defied this teaching and they've come out with their own marriage ritual that they are for their dioceses, which they have come out with. So we have to know finally now that there is no question of discrimination between persons. There's no discrimination of persons. but not giving them legal recognition of a marriage is not, I don't think, in my opinion, is a discrimination, because when we go to any country, we have to adhere to the laws of the country. When we are in an institution, we have to adhere to the laws of that institution. There are other Christian churches, some Christian denominations which have legalized or which have homosexual unions permitted as well as adoptions. Perhaps if they could try that out, that would be a nice way of resolving their issue.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's very clear, even as late as the 1960s, homosexuality was a act which was punishable by death in England, in UK. And famous personalities were put to death when they were found to be homosexual, or they disclosed that they were homosexual. So these things change with time and with societies, but every organization, every religion, every cultural group has its own sets of customs. And that is why we talk about ethics, that ethics is not something that is applicable across the board to everybody. If I have a society or a religious group and you voluntarily choose to be part of it, then you follow the customs and the unifying traditions of that religious group. If you do not agree with that, you leave that. Nobody is forcing you to stay in that group. So, which is what the Catholic Church and a lot more of the religions across the world have done. They have accepted certain things about homosexuality, but although the law of the land accepts same-sex marriages and bearing of children by surrogate means by same-sex couples, the religions or the communities there do not accept certain things of same-sex couples, and they are free to do so because that is their fundamental right as well. And we need to respect their fundamental rights, because to preserve their fundamental rights and their customs, they have formed a group like a church or a religious cult or something. And those who join it voluntarily abide by the customs. If do not wish to, they can leave that. Okay. Am I right, Father Tony? Father Anthony?
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the same thing that happened in England many centuries ago, when the King of England wanted to get divorced and the Catholic Church. Am I right, Father Anthony? That he was refused by the Catholic Church, and he decided to change the church which governed England or the United Kingdom, right? So he chose to move out of that sect and form his own, or move to another sect, which accepted divorce. While the Catholic Church, which he was part of, which his country was part of, did not. So these are things that we have to keep in mind. And this question was very properly answered by Father Anthony. And thank you, Father Anthony. Very, very well answered.
Thank you.
Can we move on to the next group, please? Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nandini from Group 5, and I will be presenting the case today. I have been working as a volunteer in an NGO which works for HIV victims. They have a center that does pre and post testing counseling for HIV, as well as runs a dermatological clinic. One day I spot a handsome young man sitting in the waiting room, waiting to be seen by the doctor. 6 months later, I am called to my sister's birthday party and introduced to her daughter, that is my godchild's boyfriend of the last 2 months, who she is planning to get married to, and the whole family is totally accepting him. I recognize him as the man I saw in the clinic. He doesn't recognize me. So this was our case, and there are 4 questions. Can we go to the next slide? So will I say anything to my sister? Is it ethical? Here the group was divided in their opinion. So some of us felt that if I could ask her if she met the family and if she knows more about their family. But everyone said that since we don't know the reason he has come to the clinic, it's not right to infer anything. But since I saw him at the clinic, I could say I saw him there, but I don't know the reason. There is no breach of confidentiality. My sister can go into further details if she thinks it's necessary. Ethics are involved if when the patient is HIV positive and let his family know without his permission. Can we go to the next slide? Will you not disclose anything? Is that fair? Until I am aware of the facts, how can I say anything to my sister since I don't know the purpose of his visit to the clinic? But I can ask my sister if she knows about the boy's or family's medical history as a background check without revealing too much information and being discreet to be fair to both the parties. Next slide. What would you do if it wasn't your sister's child, but some other unrelated acquaintance? Don't reveal anything as it would violate the rights and privacy of the person. I would choose to wait until I have all the facts, but can always ask them how long do they know the boy and the family. Next slide. Is it right for you to assume he's a patient, and if yes, of what disease? It is not right for me to assume that he is a patient or that he may be having HIV or maybe sexually transmitted disease, since I'm not aware of his medical history. He could have just come for a simple medical dermatological examination. And the next slide, the conclusion: legally, there are no issues involved. Ethically, I don't know the reason he has come to the clinic, hence it's not right for me to infer. Morally, since I saw him at the clinic, I may state the fact to my sister with emphasis that I don't know why he was there. I am not the doctor who examined him, hence I'm not breaking any confidentiality. Thank you very much.
Can I smile and show you my teeth? We'll keep this here. Ethically, I don't know the reason he has come to the clinic, so not right to infer. Perfect. Absolutely spot on. Morally, since I saw him in the clinic, I may state the fact to my sister with emphasis that I don't know why he was there. Ma'am, you were there in the clinic in a professional capacity. You're working in the clinic. So you're bound. If you were not employed by the clinic, you had no reason to be in the clinic. So you would not have seen this person there. By being in the clinic as an employee, you're bound by the ethical code of conduct. So you cannot disclose to anybody whom you saw there. More so, since you do not know whether they came as an accompanying person, whether they came to inquire, whatever, you do not have the right to talk about the person you saw there. Whether you are a doctor or not doesn't make a difference. You may be a cleaning lady, you may be the receptionist, doesn't make a difference. So now comes the question: you're worried about your sister's daughter, and you're worried about this. So what do? The best solution, I mean, your group I'm sure you must have had big arguments and a lot of emotional, moral discussions about this. Yes, you have an obligation to your sister and her daughter, your niece, to express your suspicions, but how do you do it without violating the ethical code of conduct that binds your job as a healthcare providing service worker? The only way you can do that is to kind of suggest to your sister that nowadays it is a custom that before they get married, with emphasis, that both the boy and girl should undergo certain tests, including certain genetic tests for ruling out genetic issues like thalassemia, etc., etc., and leave it at that. Because if you do disclose that you saw him at the clinic, and later on he comes to know that you had, and your sister talks to the daughter and they break off the relationship, he can sue you. He can sue you, and he can really, really sue you for a large amount of money, right? And your job and your qualification, right? So you can only suggest to your sister very strongly that she makes both the boy and the girl undergo a series of blood tests, right? For the purpose of determining that they're compatible and in future they will not have genetic diseases. Some of them we suggest like thalassemias or hemophilias or something like that, you know. And when they get the blood test, then automatically some of these tests may come out. Okay.
Yes.
That is the only alternative we as doctors or healthcare workers face in real life.
Yes.
I have lost a lot of close family friends and family members, extended family members, because they have been in facilities, mental health facilities, which I visit, and I've seen them there and they have seen me see them there, following which their relatives, their families have cut off all social contacts with me, even to the extent that I do not get invited to weddings just because I saw them in a mental health facility. Are you clear?
Yes, doctor.
Right? I have not disclosed anything to anybody, but it's their fear.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So
Yes.
thank you. Very well presented. Yeah. Thank you. Can
Thank
we
you,
move on to the next one? Yeah.
Good morning.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Good morning to the faculty and members. I'm Anjali Sequera, and I'm going to present on behalf of Group 6 members.
Right.
Slide. Next slide. Yeah. The case is that John is brought up in a Catholic family in Mumbai with strong Catholic traditions and practices. Priya is from MP who lives with her mother. Both are working together for an IT company. Priya has shared her relation with John to her mother, who has no objection to her marriage. However, John's parents, who were unaware about their relation before, now have an idea after he finally reveals to his parents about his plans to marry Priya, a non-Christian girl. Next slide. John is taken for counseling, where his parents request the counselor to try and convince him to separate, and if they do wish to get married, then she should convert and their children should be baptized. Moreover, his father is keen that if John marries her, he will have to end relations with his family. On the other hand, Priya visits the church with John and is also willing to have her children baptized. However, she does not feel the desire to convert, while the couple also have some difficulties between them. John and Priya would like to practice their respective faiths, while they also argue that John gives more attention to his parents. So the first question is, what are the issues this couple is facing now and are likely to face in the future? Is it ethical for them, especially Priya, to decide to baptize the children? Issues arise due to their inter-religious and intercultural alliances. While John's parents play an influential role in his life and decisions, it would cause an impact on their relationship, especially where practice of religious beliefs are imposed. A 3-day session engage encounters organized 6 months prior to the wedding, where couples discuss various issues and fill a form. They must have been given an undertaking of baptism before marriage, when Priya must have been counseled Hence, she cannot object or cause any issues later. Question 2. What approach should the counselor, who is also a priest, take towards the parents and the couple? We felt that the information and solution about the pros and cons of an interfaith marriage, the counselor's personal motivations has to be kept aside. He has to be neutral. Third, is it ethical for him to encourage the couple to continue their relationship or work towards breaking it, considering the fact that the Catholic Church allows disparity of cult marriages in church? No, he neither can encourage the couple to continue nor break their relationship, since he is a neutral third party guide who has to help the couple realize and sort out their differences. Question 4. Is it ethical for the family or John to ask her to convert? Should she convert? The answer is no. It is not ethical to ask any of the parties to convert. The choice of conversion should be solely on the individual, whilst John's parents will have to be counseled for the same. Thank you.
Right. Wonderful. I mean, Dr. Antao, it looks like we've got a very, very smart batch. Everything they've answered very well. Absolutely spot on.
They
Your
are doing,
presentations are good. Yeah.
they are doing their research well, and the co-mentors and mentors are guiding them properly. I think they deserve our appreciation and big thank
Yeah. Really,
Thank you.
really.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
you.
The only thing, as you know, I'm a spoiled sport. You know, I'm like that.
Okay.
Ida who always finds some issues.
Okay.
Yes, your last sentence that the Catholic religion conversion. Actually, when you do RCI, RCI is adult baptism course.
Yes.
In that, it is very clear that if the party who's converting is not willing, it does not go ahead. So if Priya is not giving her consent willingly and she's doing it only because she has to get married, it's a precondition to marriage. That is one part. Second part is it is not necessary for her to convert, because the dispensation from the church comes even if she does not decide to convert. There is no need for her to convert or baptize the children. The third thing is what you have rightly put, that each one of them is an individual and they need to be able to respect each other's culture, religion, preferences, etc., etc. And they need to be, again, like one of the earlier cases, distinguish between their family and the family of origin. And they need to be conforming to the wishes that they have between themselves and how they bring up their children. They can take the advice of the parents or the family of origin, but they should do what they feel comfortable, because they have to live together and bring up their children together for the next 60 years. So the decision rests on them and what they plan. They should not do something that they repent later on. However, there's one more point here, that even if they do decide to baptize the children and go in for confirmation and everything later, the children in any religion, I mean, in any religion, it's not only the Catholic Church, but any religion, if one of the partners is forced to bring up the children in the particular religion of the other partner, when the children grow older, they can always choose to move on and switch. And that is by their free choice. So all the parents can do is, what I believe is, every religion, every culture has its own set of value systems, morals, ethics. And as long as you teach your children to grow up with those moral, ethical values, they will become good human beings. And that is what our purpose as parents is. And we should be able to do that. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Father Anthony?
Father Anthony, anything you would
Yeah,
like?
just one thing about this group. Just one thing, very nicely put. The questions have been answered well. Just some factual things, no? That you said there is a 3-day engaged encounter, 6 months, and they fill up a form. I just want to clarify this. First of all, sorry, yeah, marriage and engaged encounter is something different. But before marriage, they have got a marriage preparation course where, and if it's a mixed marriage or disparity of culture, they'll be advised, all of them, what are the duties and rights of and obligations of marriage, etc. Then there is what is called filling up a prenuptial form. Before the marriage, both the party, they fill up a prenuptial form. And one of the, what canon law says is, no, the Catholic party has to make a promise that the children who are born, I will sincerely, I will try my best to bring up the child, to get them baptized and to bring up. It's not an obligation, but it's a promise that the persons make. But it's a prenuptial inquiry, not during the engaged encounter or marriage preparation course, but before. And the non-Catholic party is informed that this is what the Catholic spouse is promising. So they can discuss among themselves and take the proper decisions. I think more than anything, the parent have to be counseled, because their decision, that they should, she should convert, the children should be baptized. This is not what the church asks, that they should convert or be baptized. Conversion is something that is inner. If I'm convinced about some values that I found somewhere, that's the only reason that I convert, but not for any marriage purposes and so on. And baptism and all, these are the free choice of the couples themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Are we on the
Sharon?
last batch now?
One group is left, Doctor, and it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So can we
Dr.
request the speaker to wait for 10 minutes?
Dr. Pascal has joined us.
Yeah, can you ask Dr. Pascal Carvalho if he can wait for 10 minutes when we just vote with the group 7?
No problem.
Dr. Pascal?
Yeah, okay, fine.
Thank you, Dr. Pascal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Group 7, quickly, can we go through?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Sefi Dayasapeko, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Group 7. So we have been allotted a case which the group felt was a case of suspected child abuse. And Sharon, could you move to the next slide? So the case is a case of a 29-year-old lady with 4 daughters who gets widowed, is suddenly left abandoned as she was in a love marriage where both families had broken ties, and she was just 18 and he was 30. She's not educated too much, just 10th pass, and has no other skills. She manages to do odd jobs as a maid, but finds it very difficult to make ends meet. One of the employers starts having sexual relations with her and gives her a good amount of money for this relationship. This brings a lot of financial freedom for her family. After a year, she notices that her eldest daughter, who's age 12, is acting strange when she asks her to go to work in her place when she is not well or the other children are unwell. She's suspecting the same employer sexually abusing her, but her daughter is unwilling to say anything. She too is aware that if they make allegations, they will face a lot of problems. She, however, is forced to take the daughter to the pediatrician as she is unwell and wonders if she should tell the doctor about her doubts. Next slide, please. Question 1. If she does tell the doctor, what is the course the doctor should take? So the answers, the opinion of majority of the group was that the doctor is ethically bound to inform the authorities according to the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012 under section 19 to 22 of the POCSO Act, also under section 357 of CRPC, which is a Code of Criminal Procedure, and section 166B IPC under the Indian Penal Code. Another opinion was of some of the members of the group was that the doctor is bound not to disclose the information or breach the privacy of the patient without the informed consent or assent from the patient or guardian based on the Hippocratic Oath. Next slide, please. Is it right if she doesn't disclose her suspicion to the doctor? The opinion of majority of the group was that the mother is bound to disclose her suspicion to the doctor so as to safeguard the interest of her child. Next slide, please. Question 3. What are the actions that the Act says that can and should be done if this is proven right? The Act incorporates child-friendly procedures for, firstly, reporting the offense. So, under Chapter 5, Section 19 to 23, Section 19 and 20 of the Act make it imperative for the offense to be reported by any person who has the knowledge of the offense, including the minor. Section 21 mentions punishment for failure to report or record a case, imprisonment with fine. Section 22 mentions punishment for false complaint or false information. Section 23, procedure for media. Next slide, please. Second part is recording of evidence. Chapter 6, Section 24 to 26 mentions procedures for recording the statement of the child. So over here, under this procedure for recording statement of the child, you have to be aware that if it is a female child, a female doctor should examine the child. Also, then you have to be cautious that some family member or someone the child has trust in has to be present along with the child, and also the team, that is the special juvenile court, if they're involved, they should be intimated immediately within 24 hours. Investigation and trial of the offense. Section 27, medical examination of a child. Chapter 8, Section 28 to 29, the special courts which I mentioned about earlier. And Chapter 3, Section 33 to 38, procedure and powers of special court and measures to be taken while recording the evidence. The court is also supposed to dispose of the matter within a period of 1 year. So the offenses which are involved over here, if in case it is proven that it is a case of suspected abuse, it depends on the kind of abuse. So there are various offenses such as penetrative sexual assault under Section 3. Minimum punishment is of 7 years and maximum is life imprisonment with a fine involved. Second one is aggravated penetrative sexual assault under Section 5. Minimum is 10 years. The maximum is life imprisonment with a fine involved. Sexual assault, Section 7. Minimum 3 years, maximum 5 years with a fine involved. Next slide. Fourth one is aggravated sexual assault under Section 9. Minimum 5 years, maximum 7 years with a fine. Sexual harassment, Section 11. Just a maximum period is mentioned, which is of 3 years and with a fine involved. And use of child for pornographic purposes, Section 13. Minimum 5 years, maximum 7 years with a fine. Thank you.
Right. My God. You have thoroughly studied the POXO Act. Probably at this stage, your group knows more details and remembers more detail than I remember, where I am one of the first response team. Yes, absolutely right in your answers. Spot on. The mother has to inform. She also has a moral and legal obligation to inform the police and the authorities. Maybe not the police, but at least somebody in the POXO Act mentioned as a social worker or a child welfare worker, who will then start the proceedings. The doctor definitely has no way, if the suspicion is reported to him, has no way of avoiding on to start the investigation process with the relevant authorities, including the first response team, which will include a pediatrician, a gynecologist, etc., etc., etc. All that you mentioned in the last few slides are punitive actions, punishments. We are talking more about the moral and ethical issues here. Probably what I did not put in this case was the mother's ethical behavior of having sexual relationships with a guy whom she was employed with in order to financially manage her family of 4 daughters, which was a question that we would raise normally. But now, especially post-COVID, we find a lot of, in our practice, I don't know about other doctors and other professions, but in our practice, we are finding more and more women who come to us with the dilemma of having to compromise on the moral and ethical dilemma of having sexual relationships or allowing somebody to have sexual freedom with them, or in order to gain financial benefits to be able to maintain their families, especially if they are bereaved and they have no sources of income. And that is one of the issues which many of them makes them allow their daughters to be sexually assaulted or sexually harmed. Not only now in COVID, but it has been time immemorial that many women have allowed their daughters to be used by their so-called sugar daddies, whatever. But now the POXO Act, which comes in, it puts a stop to all that, and then it becomes legally binding on the parent, the mother, and the family members to report the matter, and also to the doctors who come to know of it. It becomes legally binding on them to immediately initiate proceedings. So, thank you very much. Very well presented, very good slides, and thank you for doing such an elaborate research into POXO. I'm very proud, very happy that we could, instigate such a research from you people. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. So I
Sharon,
hand
we
over
can
to
start.
Dr. Nicholas for taking over for the next part. Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Anukant, for conducting the course studies so well and giving your inputs and adding to the knowledge of all of us, hearing the course study case discussions. Now we start with Dr. Pascual. Dr. Pascual is an eminent consultant microbiologist of repute and regular invitee to the Pontifical Academy for Life. He's a consultant and biotechnical expert in guiding and mentoring to many students as well as research groups. And he's a regular writer on the Examiner on ethical issues in life, especially pertaining to beginning of life. He will talk to us on ethical concerns in stem cell therapy, cloning, and embryonic research and cryo storage. Over to Dr. Pascual Carvalho.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
Pascual, for being with us for so many years and coming for this program. Yeah,
thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to be a part of your program.
Yeah.
Let me just put it full screen. Yeah, is this okay?
It's not full screen, Doctor.
Hello.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. So basically, my topic is ethical issues which are involved in modern technology which is being used in medical sciences. Now, the question always arises that when we have access to the latest technologies, when we have access to artificial intelligence, which is at our disposal for curing of diseases and for helping mankind, how come there are ethical issues involved? Or are there any ethical issues involved? So I would like to just talk briefly about some of the technologies when we have reproductive technologies that you have already discussed IVF and assisted reproductive technologies and surrogacy in probably the previous speakers. So I will also touch on cloning, which is it's possible to have the DNA of any one parent. Now this has become a fad today with this new lifestyle, that two people of the same sex come together, they want to have a child, and technology is able to assist them in having the DNA of any one parent, making a clone of any one of them. So a perfect match. It's also possible to edit the DNA and try to create a disease-free person. So that's gene editing. So now you want somebody probably with blue eyes, you want somebody with free of HIV. Technology says that it is possible to do this sort of a thing. It's possible to use what is known as stem cells to regenerate the tissues which are diseased. Okay, so we'll touch a little on regenerative medicine also. And now for those people who are used to traveling a lot and don't have the time for all these, family, to bear a family or to spend time with family, they would probably defer it to a later date when they are more relaxed and they set up their career. It's possible to freeze eggs and embryos for implantation at a much later date when they feel that this is the right time to have a family. So what would be the ethical issues that we would involve all these technologies? To understand this, we need to understand a little of what we talk of stem cells. Okay, stem is the basic material. Let us say the key, the starting point. So these are cells which are not differentiated. When I say differentiated, means you do not have them as bone or as any other fibers or tissues or red blood cells. They can be transformed into any other cell. Okay, so they are the precursor cells. In that, basically, we have three types, which we need to remember. The first one, which is the most important for us who are studying ethics to know, is what is known as embryonic stem cells. Okay, these are from the embryos. These are cells which are taken after fusion of the egg and the sperm. And then from the embryos, these cells which are not yet differentiated, which are not yet transformed into any of the tissues, etc., are taken over. They are called embryonic stem cells. So they can be coaxed into any other type of cell that you want in the body. Then we have what is known as the fetal stem cells. Fetal stem cells are usually taken from aborted fetuses. Okay, that's why we have this controversy in the vaccines which we have today. So they are fetuses which are aborted or which have a natural death, and we can isolate the stem cells from them. Then there's a third category which very few people talk about, is the adult stem cells. Now, this has gained popularity over so many years, but you'll find that most of the literature talks of embryonic and fetal stem cells, but very little about adult stem cells. So here we have bone marrow transplants, and then there are stem cells in each of us, all the adults. It's possible to take these cells and coax them to continue growing into a tissue. So we can isolate them in the lab and create our own tissue. I'll touch a little upon this also. Okay, so basically we have three categories of stem cells. So when we discuss ethics, we should know what is ethical and what is not ethical. Okay, embryonic, fetal, and adult stem cells. Now, scientists, because of the great hue and cry, especially spearheaded by the Catholic Church, they realize that there are some ethical issues in using embryonic stem cells, because for the scientist, an embryonic stem cell is very easy. It's a small cell and it can be coaxed into any other type of cell. So scientists worked on so the scientists worked on making what is known as induced pluripotent stem cell. Now, these are cells which have been coaxed and deprogrammed. So they are sort of gone backwards, and they are now the adult stem cells are acting like the embryonic stem cells. So they can do everything that the embryonic stem cells can do. So if we have adults, beg your pardon?
काय काम आहे आपल्याला?
Is there a problem? Hello.
कशा बाबतीत बोलताय तुम्ही? आज संडे, आज डॉक्टर अवेलेबल नसतात.
So I think okay. So Sharon, please let me know if there's an issue. Okay, about the voice.
Pascal, you go ahead. I think he has not put off his
Okay.
video and not muted himself.
Yeah. So each of us basically have our own stem cells. And if we use what this Dr. Sunya Yamanaka has done, we can coax them to become sort of embryonic stem cells and they can grow. So it avoids the ethical issues that are involved. So what basically when we talk of regenerative medicines, so basically regenerative medicine is the process of replacing or regenerating the human tissue, okay, or the organs to establish a normal function. So what this can do is we have the potential to heal or to replace tissues and organs damaged by age, disease, etc. It also includes the possibility of growing tissues and organs in the laboratory and implanting them back into the body when the body cannot heal itself. So this is already, we have seen cases like this in orthopedic surgery. We have seen cases like this in Hyderabad. The limbal cells are used to grow their own tissues and put back into the patient, okay, so that the patients can get their sight. So these regenerative medicine basically using the cells from the person itself and then growing the tissues, but they're using the stem cells. They're identifying the stem cells. We can also have synthetic scaffolds, which may be used, some sort of like how we have buildings when we make a scaffold and then construct over that. So you can sort of design a scaffold based on the type of organ that you want to make and use the stem cells of that organ to type of mimic and grow that organ and then implant it back into the patient. So these are the possibilities which we have with regenerative medicine. So you see that adult stem cells were used as long as 1968, that long back. The first bone marrow transplant was successful in the treatment of immunodeficiency. Then in 1970s, bone marrow transplants have been used for leukemias, immunodeficiency, and so many other replacement of other cells of the body. What can happen in the future when we have regenerative medicine? Patients could grow their own transplant organs or their implants. And now we might even have plastic surgery, wherein it might involve the transplants of skin and tissues which are reconstructed from the bone marrow cells taken from the same patient and grown artificially in the laboratory. Also, possibility is that female cancer patients undergoing mastectomy may have their breast replacements grown artificially for reconstructive surgery. So all these are the possibilities that are there. And of course, we need to understand that there are limitations also of these technologies because all cells cannot be coaxed to grow. You need the right environment. It's a lot of trial, a lot of effort which goes in. So you cannot promise that we can have this miracle cures always. But we have institutes like the Wake Forest Institute for Regenerative Medicine in the US has successfully engineered replacement tissues and organs in all the 4 categories: flat structures, tubular tissues, hollow organs, solid organs, and 15 different applications of cell tissue therapy technologies: skin, urethras, cartilage, bladders, muscles, kidney, etc. And these have been successfully used in adult patients. Now, this institute uses adult stem cells. So you should know that success stories of adult stem cells which are there. That's why I've listed these particular brands. Then Carticell, Massey apply the process of tissue engineering to grow cells on scaffolds, what we just discussed, using healthy cartilage tissue from the patient's own knee for the treatment of focal articular cartilage defects. LaVive involves the injection of autologous fibroblasts to improve appearance of nasolabial fold wrinkles in the adults. Okay, then we have epicells also. Next. Okay, now what I've mentioned here is what I call the slippery slope in embryonic stem cell research. So when we have so many possibilities with adult cells, you'll find that the funding is more towards embryonic stem cells and things, because many people are working on embryonic stem cells, easy in the laboratory to use embryonic stem cell. So in 1954, John Enders received a Nobel Prize in medicine for growing the poliovirus in human embryonic kidney cells. I would like you to please note this. Okay, this poliovirus was grown as early as 1954 in human embryonic kidney cells. They are also known as HEK cells, which in the next slides you'll find the relevance of this. Okay, so we'll discuss this again in depth. So he was given for using embryonic stem cells. Now we know it is not ethically correct and everything. There's a lot of protest about using human cells. Okay, the embryos are human beings for this because you kill the human being, and yet you find somebody getting a Nobel Prize. So our conscience seems to be getting blunt when it comes to doing things like this. In 1998, James Thomson isolated cells from the inner mass of the early embryo and developed the first human embryonic stem cell lines. Okay, now this James Thomson developed the first human embryonic stem cell lines. What you need to know about James Thomson is that he started he had a degree, bachelor's degree in veterinary sciences. Then, of course, he did his PhD in molecular biology and started working in animal stem cell. Okay, embryonic stem cells from animal. And then he switched over to human embryonic stem cell line. So you find that those scientists, it's very easy for scientists who are working in any other field because they think that these are cells, that their conscience can be so dulled that they fail to realize that instead of animals, now we are dealing with human beings, and they switch over without any pain of conscience. Okay, so this is what happened with James Thomson, that he developed the first embryonic stem cell line. Then later on, he worked with Yamanaka for iPS cells. But you realize that all his life, he started working with human beings, embryonic stem cell line. So we have what is known as, because we have this ability to manipulate embryos and embryonic stem cells, it's possible for us, what we know as prenatal diagnosis, to take a few stem cells from the embryo and to isolate and to find out whether they can be associated with any defects. Okay, there are some gene defects and whether we can correct it. So we have the ability to add up all the effects with thousands of genetic variants, and they call what is known as a polygenic score now. And researchers try to make predictions about an embryo's likelihood of exhibiting certain traits from developing cardiovascular diseases, okay, and how far they would go to school, what would be the type of personalities they would develop. So the question arises here is, if there is such a thing as a genetic predisposition for alcoholism, for violence, for sexual orientation, then should society allow such sort of a screening? And then what do we do with such screening? There is no possibility of correcting this, okay? So therefore, what do we do? Do we say that, okay, you can kill these embryos, eliminate such embryos? So are we authorizing that we should kill people at the moment of conception or just after conception? And then what if employers and healthcare workers start using this data, okay, for their employment, because they see an aggressive trait, they may not want such a person in them, or probably even if they see the lifespan of the person, they may not want, because they want someone to work with them for a long time because they're investing in them. So human beings start becoming just a commodity. You realize that right from the birth, you find the human beings become a commodity. And those who are involved in this field certainly do not even think about the impact of what they're doing. Okay, and they continue this. You find that there's a lot of hue and cry to this society regarding if we raise our voices against religion, if we raise our voices against certain politicians, and immediately there will be people who take you and to take you to account, they'll make cases against you. But such things like this t-shirt which has been printed, people do not seem to matter. It doesn't seem to matter, except to very few people who will raise their voices to that. Okay, so what are we talking about? We are talking about Down syndrome and to make it extinct. What does this t-shirt say when we make it extinct? It's not possible to make it extinct, except that we say that we have to abort this child. Is this what society is teaching us? That we need to abort those who do not sort of, fit into our image of a perfect human being. Or we think that somebody will suffer. It's not that the person suffers. The caregivers suffer, and so we feel that we do not want this burden. So somebody else makes a choice that this person should not exist. Okay, so things like this very subtly are put into society, and it looks like those who are not formed in their conscience or those who are not aware subtly go into thinking in the same way. Okay, so now let us talk of what the church. Where did I come? Yeah. What does the church teach about this? Okay, the church is very clear. So the church, the Catholic Church, is actually the guardian of the natural law. Now, natural law is implanted in the hearts of every man, whether he is a Christian or non-Christian. Everybody has that good in them. Okay, so you'll find that human beings are intrinsically good, but because of society, the way things are happening and the pressures of society, then they begin to be influenced by other people, and they lose the sense of what is right and what is wrong. And that's why the Catholic Church very strongly comes in to tell us that this is what we are called to do. So what does the Catholic Church talk about stem cells? The origin of the stem cells must be taken into consideration. I told you there were 3 types of stem cells, right? Embryonic, adult, and fetal. So methods which do not cause serious injury to the subject from whom the stem cells are taken are to be considered licit. So what are these cells? Adult stem cells. Okay, they do not cause any harm, because if you take my blood, it won't cause me any harm. So this is generally the case when tissues are taken from an adult organism, like the blood of the umbilical cord at the time of birth. And it's also possible to use stem cells from fetuses who have died of natural causes. That's what the church says, not abortion. But if it died of natural causes, of course, you can use the stem cells from there. The obtaining of stem cells from a living human embryo invariably causes the death of the embryo, and therefore is gravely illicit. So if we do this prenatal diagnosis, okay, and it's possible that you can damage the fetus, it's possible that it can cause the death of, then it is illicit. Okay, research in such cases, irrespective of the efficacious therapeutic results, is not truly at the service of humanity, because this can cause death, can cause this person to lose probably some of the full faculties that it has. The use of embryonic stem cells, okay, or differentiated cells derived from them. So you use embryonic stem cells, coax them to grow into any tissues, even when these are provided by other researchers. So you may not exactly have used embryonic, but you take embryonic stems, which are stem cells, which are already pre-existing from other researchers. But if these have been used through the destruction of embryos, or when such cells are commercially available, this presents serious problems from the standpoint of cooperation in evil. So if you buy these embryonic stem cells, also you are cooperating with someone who has done an earlier evil. So this is a scandal, and this cannot be considered licit. So let us discuss what is cloning. Okay, so we have, people talk about cloning. People talk about, such a potential that cloning can have, because we can have tissues which are an exact match. So you take an adult, okay, we have an adult person, and you isolate the somatic cells, isolate any of his cells, and you take an egg from a female, a woman, remove the nucleus from this egg, and you take this DNA of this adult person, the DNA, okay, diploid cells, directly into the egg, and then you activate this egg and make it an embryo. Okay, so this involves the replacement of the nucleus of an egg with the nucleus of a healthy cell, and you get a new egg. And this embryo then becomes like a normal embryo. So what have we done is we've taken the full cell and we've created an embryo, but used only one person's DNA. Okay, there is no DNA of the mother. Everything from the mother has been removed, and the nucleus from the mother has been removed. Now there are 2 possibilities. We have an embryo with us. We can use it for therapy, therapeutic embryonic stem cells. So we culture these cells in a petri dish, and then we can grow them, coax them to any tissues and make embryonic stem cells. Or we can implant these embryos into a host mother or uterus, and we have a clone baby. So this is a possibility that's there. It's been done with the Dolly the sheep. All of us know this whole story. But let us understand something about cloning. For human beings, they have found out that when we are removing from the mother this nucleus, some of the proteins which are also essential for the growth are pulled out, okay, which are important for the cell division. There is also something known as the telomeres. Okay, they're part of the DNA which tells you exactly the life cycle of the number of cells. So if Dolly the sheep was 12 years old, and at 6 years we had cloned Dolly, you'll find that that sheep can grow only up to 6 years, because that life is defined. So too with any clone which we have. Now you'll find that South Korea, there's a lab in South Korea which will clone your pet, because many people have this, they want to, dog has died and they want to have a dog which is exactly the same as the dog that is dead, of their dog that is dead, the pet that loves so much. They can clone your pet for how much? It's $100,000 US. So you give them the money and they clone your pet. But you'll find that this new clone does not necessarily behave like the clone, the original animal that was taken, because there is something known as epigenetics. Okay, there are some things which are triggered, some things which are switched on. You may have a DNA which is a perfect match, but the other characteristics, okay, that what probably evolves out of it is based on the total environment which is found in the mother, okay, which is giving birth to this child. It is found on the external, not outside the nucleus, which can trigger off some and switch on and switch off something. So you'll find that it will not be an exact match physically. It will have the exact DNA. It will not even have the characteristic probably of the same the person. Maybe this one will be more aggressive. You'll have lost some of the very essential parts that are required for this total human being to be formed. So you'll find that cloning has a big danger. Okay, it has been tried in animals, and people think that they can do it also with human beings. You'll find that there are dilemmas also with cloning. If we talk about human cloning, because there is no such case right now which is mentioned, but I'm sure in some parts of the world people are experimenting with this. Okay, so what is the relationship that we would have between the one who's given this the nuclear material, let's say this one person A, and the clone which is born? Okay, is it the same person because they have the same genetic material? Would you call him the father or the mother? What would you call him? Okay, or would you call this new clone the twin? Is he the brother? Then what about parent-child relationship? Because sometimes we take this embryo which is formed and we can give it to a surrogate mother, some lady who's being used only because like an incubator, not even a person. So this is an incubator just to grow this particular embryo. So there is no relationship at all between this. And what is the relationship of the one who gave his DNA? Nothing, because it's just like taking blood. So he doesn't even have this bonding which is there. So are you using another person only for your own gain, or to do something with that person, to say that I have a child of my own, without having this relationship which comes between the father and the mother who give birth to their own child? Then should a homosexual be allowed to use this technology now, when we know this technology exists? Then what about cloned babies as a means to resurrect our loved ones? So there could be parents who suffer the loss of the child, and they would say, I would like to have a child like this, and so we'll clone the cells of this particular, of my son, and we'll have a son like that. As I warned you before, you will not have an exact match. But is this ethically right that we create this only for the satisfaction of some people? And it's very easy for us to have a child, a clone child, to provide body parts. Okay, so if I have a weak heart, or if I have liver damage, I clone my cells and I check the embryo whether this will have the same disease. And if not, I will ask some surrogate mother to bear this baby to term, only for the purposes that as soon as the baby is born, I will kill this child so that I can have the organs from that child. It's possible if you are in a society wherein, or in a place where there are no regulations, and if you are devoid of conscience. So these are all the dangers that can come with cloning. What does the church teach us? The church is very clear. Human cloning is intrinsically illicit, okay, because it is taking the ethical negativity of techniques of artificial fertilization right to the extreme. It leads to manipulation and abuses gravely injurious to human dignity. And so-called therapeutic cloning is even more serious, because we are creating embryos with the intention of destroying them, like we do in IVF, okay? And we have always been stressing that it is gravely immoral to sacrifice a human life. So human beings are treated as should be, and are persons from the moment of conception. Okay, we need to understand this. Right from the moment of conception, the embryo is a person. Okay, it will grow. If it given the right environment, this person will grow, and it is our duty to give it the right environment. Not only the Catholic Church, let us look at medical textbooks also. What does the developing human say? The zygote, this cell results from the union of an oocyte and a sperm. A zygote is the beginning of a new human being, that is an embryo. Okay, they don't talk about just the embryo, the mass of cells. It's a new human being. Human development begins at fertilization. And this highly specialized totipotent, total cell that can grow into any other tissues marks the beginning of each of us human important landmark because under ordinary circumstances, a new genetically distinct human organism is formed. Now I just touch upon this topic of cryopreservation because this has already been covered before. So here what you do is you take cells and tissues and you can freeze them for use at a later date. Okay, at -80 degrees using solid carbon dioxide or 196 using liquid nitrogen. Basically what happens is when we freeze and thaw, you'll find that the cells of patients or the embryos of patients who are 35 years or younger, there is a 60% pregnancy rate for embryo transfer. That means 40% chances of the death of that embryo. Whereas women over the age of 40 have a 20% rate of embryonic transfer. That is 80% chances that there will be death of the embryo. And there are some newer research which is coming up. What if we insert the possibilities which can happen with all these new technologies that we have? Okay, there are some things like CRISPR, which I will discuss a little in a brief while. What if we insert the DNA that codes for human brain cells into mice? Imagine that there will be possibility of mice with human consciousness. Possible, we don't know. Okay, bioterrorists could use it intentionally to create epidemics. This is the whole controversy which came up with COVID. Okay, whether Wuhan has deliberately done this, yes, scientists are not sure as yet. Okay, extinct viruses could be recreated. Harmless organisms could be made lethal or contagious. We can use them to uniquely target certain racial or ethnic groups, leaving others unaffected. We saw this again with COVID, how some countries were devastated with this, and others probably because of the immunity didn't have that much effect. We can insert hyper-aggressive genes from an animal source in human embryos to breed fearless soldiers. All this is possible in the wrong hands. And recently, about I think 10 days back, there was a news of artificial embryos being created. Okay, of course, this was in animals, but we didn't have probably all the characteristics. But this is what people are trying. Okay, so I discuss a little of what is this CRISPR, because we'll be hearing a lot about CRISPR. Now, CRISPR, there are three techniques. CRISPR, okay, we have what is known as TALENs, we have what is known as ZFNs, and these are gene editing technologies which have the ability to take your DNA, to cut it, okay, splice it and repair that particular segment which is broken, and therefore they can target either corrective or remove what is defective from the DNA. And it's now become very simple in the laboratory. So this technology has a huge potential for curing of diseases. And it has been happening that we have cases of in 2019 of a woman with sickle cell anemia who had her genes edited to make normal functional. CRISPR was used also in Switzerland to try and cure a single patient of beta thalassemia. Now here CRISPR is being used, please note, with adult cells. Okay, they take the cells from the adult, the DNA of the adult, then they tweak it and put it back into the adult. So there's no embryonic stem cell involved in this. So the adult goes in, and if they can correct this defect, then the patient, the disease is eliminated. So beta thalassemia, which is a blood disease, this patient was well 4 months later. I don't have data after this, what happened to this patient. American scientists published a paper that shows the elimination of HIV from live mice using two technologies, one of which was CRISPR. So that means they realized that we could make them disease-free. And this particular aspect, okay, was taken by this Chinese scientist. He said that he would make children who are free from HIV. And he did this using two embryos. Okay, the daughters, two girls, two siblings. So gene editing, they realized later on that such HIV immunity also reduced the life expectancy. The cost of HIV also increased susceptibility to other diseases. So it's not that you have reduced, perhaps, those people, the children would have HIV. We don't know. But just by taking out the genes responsible for having this HIV or susceptibility to HIV, you could expose them to other diseases. And of course, this scientist was then imprisoned and fined. But you see that he generated a lot of, scandal in the scientific world. He was trained, also worked with scientists in the US who were also questioned about it. And then he had to go underground. And then we find someone like Denis Rebrikov, a Russian scientist. He wants to create, who have children who are inheriting, to make them free from deafness, because they have the possibility of inheriting the gene for deafness. So he said, I will do something with CRISPR so that they will be able to hear. So he plans to apply the technique after having a permission from the Russian authorities. And you know that Russia also, we have a lot of secrecy in this. So this use of CRISPR to do all these corrective things, we have on one hand that's something for the good, and on the other hand, people can use it to play around with embryonic stem cells, okay, with embryos which are created, and try to eliminate this disease. And if not possible, they discard these embryos. Otherwise, they use it for illicit means to grow them and check. But it could result in other diseases which are not known as yet. So again, what does the church say? First of all, the dignity of the person must be recognized in every human being, from the conception to natural death. Okay, we have to protect life right from the moment of conception to death. And germline cell therapy, that means the transmission of whatever you do to the next generation, whatever genetic modifications are effected to the germ cells of a person will be transmitted to any potential offspring. And because the risks connected to any genetic manipulation are considerable, and as yet are not fully controllable, that means you are not sure whether you will pass on the defects also to the next generation. In the present state of research, the church says it is not morally permissible to act in a way that may cause possible harm to the resulting progeny. So if we do not have the techniques that are 100% foolproof, which can cure the disease, it is not morally permissible to do so. In the hypothesis of gene therapy or the embryo, it needs to be added that this only takes place in the context of in vitro fertilization, outside the body in a petri dish. And therefore, it runs up against all the other ethical issues, that objection that we have heard about IVF and everything else. And for these reasons, it must be stated that in the current state, germline therapy in all its forms is morally illicit. Then you realize, I spoke about freezing, cryopreservation. Okay. This malfunction at Cleveland's University fertility clinic lost over 4,000 eggs and embryos. That means when we talk about embryos, we are talking about human beings. 4,000 eggs and embryos of 100 couples were affected. That means they lost their children in this, all because of a malfunction. Forget about the other morally unacceptable techniques of IVF. But you'll find that even storage, when you bypass that and store your cells and store your embryos, this can happen. There are technological issues, which means that the person who is actually doing the technology is not very adept. So there are inherent limitations of the technology. Like I spoke of freeze thawing itself, there are limitations. Using this technology in the wrong hands also could give rise to death of these human beings, the embryos. Human errors, inadequate training or lack of knowledge, just experimenting with embryos because you think that you want to learn like a student. Okay, so in the wrong hands, without people without conscience, you'll find that we go into this whole cycle of death rather than a cycle of life. Practical issues that we face today of extra embryos. I was asked to take this topic. I'll take another 5 minutes only. In the US, there are 650,000 frozen human embryos in storage. 650,000 human beings in cryocans, in the freezers. And in the survey in the US of 430 clinics shows that 88.2% of the embryos are being stored for future use. Not that they need them now. These are the extra embryos, probably with IVF, which are frozen and kept. 11,000 are set aside for scientific research. So one good thing for people to say is, oh, you know, if you don't want to take responsibility, oh, I give them, donate them for research. It could happen like that. 9,000 are designated for infertile couples. Another 9,000 will be thawed and destroyed. Okay, very simple. They just say that they will be thawed and destroyed. This is how we treat human beings. So this is what society has come to today, that we do not even think twice when we discuss embryos, which are in the freezer. So this problem cannot be wished away. Many parents avoid the subject. Once they have their child, They feel, oh, we have a child, they're so happy, there is the baptisms and whatnot happening, birthday parties, and they forget about their other children which are in the freezer. So the survival of the embryo depends on the parents paying for the liquid nitrogen tanks, as well as paying for the embryologist, paying for the staff of the hospital. Because this tank is not that it's just kept there and it remains for life. You have to put liquid nitrogen probably once in 15 days, once a month, depending on the storage capacity. So you have to pay for it. And once you have the child, I don't know how many parents can actually afford to keep for their lifetime these embryos. Otherwise they die. Okay. So then the easy way for them is to say, oh, we donate to science. Or some of them just say that we are not interested, do what you want with it. So it's like a biological waste, these cells. So it's considered a property, the embryo. Once you have one of your children who are born from these embryos, the others are just a property or a transaction rather than a human being. So then the legal issues which come up are who owns the embryos? Does the physician own it or the parents own it? If both the parents die, then what happens? Suppose 20 years you have kept this embryo in the freezer and then both die. What happens? What if there's a divorce or a separation? And then there's also talk of bone marrow could help cure sickle cell anemia. Should the embryo which is in the freezer be used for this purpose? Kill the embryo, take the cells and then use it for this. So all these are the legal issues which come up, because who finally owns this embryo and who's responsible for this life? Society is responsible for the life of every human being. But as a society, we have failed to correct this issue when it comes to the embryos. So the disposition of unused embryos not only raises moral and ethical dilemmas, but also for the whole society. So to keep embryos for possible future use is not initially a controversial issue. It becomes one when they are frozen for several years and then we forget about it. Then the destruction of extra embryos is permissible by Jewish law. Okay. If it is done passively by letting them thaw and die on their own, what does this mean? Just forget about it. And in many faiths, disposition of embryo is a personal concern. They don't want to get involved with it. And the Catholic Church does not speak directly about the issue of discarding embryos because it considers all assisted reproductive technologies with all its ramifications to be unacceptable. So IVF, everything is surrogacy. We do not consider it acceptable. Therefore, leave aside these embryos. So you find that now we talk a little about vaccines. Okay, this was a topic that we need to know, especially in the light of COVID vaccine. There was an issue of COVID vaccines should not be taken in because it's taken from aborted fetuses. So let's very short discussion on this. Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. It was the HEK 293 kidney cells that were used. What are HEK? Okay, human embryonic kidney cells, which I mentioned to you, the Nobel Prize laureate who worked on these cells. So human embryonic kidney cells are a special cell line originally derived from human embryonic kidney cells grown in tissue culture taken from an aborted female fetus. Now, if Pfizer and Moderna are using aborted cells from an aborted fetus, is it right that we take this vaccine? Because somehow we are like being a party to this. Janssen Research and Johnson & Johnson, even AstraZeneca, our Covishield, what we have taken in India, are using fetal cells in the production process. There in these vaccines, unlike from Pfizer, because Pfizer uses cells only for the QC part of it. In these AstraZeneca vaccines, Covishield, there is a direct link between the vaccine and the abortion, because they are using the cells to grow using these tissues to grow the cell. So now we should understand what are the ethical controversies. The fetal cell line, okay, is not the same as a fetal tissue. It's not that you're taking it from the fetal tissue. The cell line was taken years back. A cell line was created and these cells are propagating. Okay, not the original fetal tissue. So it's somehow it is traced to that, but it is going on and on and on over the years. So they're not continuously gathered as more abortions are performed. It's not that you keep on performing abortions. It was performed years back. So they were originally taken in 1973 procedure in the Netherlands and have since been reproduced in labs for various research purposes. So now what they're selling are cells. There are no HEK kidney cells in either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines. HEK cells were involved only in the post-production process, okay, of the final vaccine. That means in the QC part of it, not in the manufacturing. When these vaccines are produced in the aborted fetal cell lines, the researchers remove the cell lines from the vaccine. So they only use the viral components or the mRNA, not the cell. The cells are always filtered out. So nothing of the cells actually go into the vaccine. So when we take vaccines, they're not taking the cells, but the cells are used in the production process. That's what we need to understand. What we don't know probably, because we talk about the ethics involved with the COVID vaccines, that many existing vaccines, including MMR vaccine, use these HEK cell lines. So they also were descended from 2 abortions that took place in the 1970s. So all these years we are taking MMR, nobody has said anything about it. Suddenly when COVID uses the same technology, we are talking about it. Okay, so that becomes the problem, that why were we silent so long and why speak now? Actually, the moral theologians are best to answer all these type of questions, but I tried to put some of the teachings of the church in this. So we need to note that these cell lines do not contain cells from the original abortion. I keep repeating this, okay? They're just cell lines which are propagated. They're distant descendants and clones of the original cell. This distant connection does not make the initial abortion any less evil. So that doesn't mean that that abortion was evil because you used it and now you're creating cell line. However, for all of us who are trying to take it, there is a remote connection which does make a difference in our personal moral responsibility. So some of us choose to take, some of us say, no, we will not take the vaccine. That's what the whole controversy arises. Okay, so they leave it to our moral conscience. But as usual, we need the guidelines of the Catholic Church and these institutions to tell us what is morally right and wrong. So what does the church say? Pope Benedict XVI and the Pontifical Academy for Life have clarified that most vaccines that utilize these cell lines are morally permissible, please note, okay, because they save lives and help protect the most vulnerable members of our community. So what are they doing? They're doing good, intrinsically good, rather than causing any death to anyone. For example, the MMR vaccine, which also uses HEK cell lines, prevents infection from rubella, okay, measles, mumps, rubella. Receiving the MMR vaccine would save many lives and would specially protect the lives of the unborn children. Similarly, the COVID-19 vaccine will help protect millions of lives, especially those who are most vulnerable and susceptible to serious illness and death. This is what the church says. So there's good which is being done out of this. So therefore, for the total good of society, we are committed morally to accept these vaccines till we have alternative vaccines, of course. So now, because of time, I'll just run to this. Hence, we believe that all clinically recommended vaccinations can be used with a clear conscience, and that the use of such vaccines does not signify some sort of cooperation with voluntary abortion. So we can very safely use these vaccines and not consider ourselves a part in this whole evil that went on about the abortion. Now, are there any alternatives to aborted cell line? Actually, the church took a long time waiting for someone to develop this vaccine. And this vaccine is being tried out in Germany by developing what they call CureVac, a vaccine which is being developed using HeLa cell line. Now, HeLa cell line is an immortal cell line, which is very widely used in scientific research. It is the oldest and the most commonly used cell line. It is derived from cervical cancer cells taken in 1951 from Henrietta Lacks, that's how the name is derived, from an African-American mother of 5 who died of cancer in 1951. The cell line was found to be remarkably durable and prolific, which allows it to be used extensively in scientific research. So HeLa cell lines could have been used, but it took a long time. Therefore, the other vaccines came out. But in Germany, there's a company which is working on using HeLa cell lines. You'll realize that viruses require cells to grow. They just don't grow on their own. Therefore, the scientists need cell line. And HeLa is one good alternative. It's also possible to use recombinant technologies, molecular biology, using plasmids, bacteria to culture all the proteins that we need, like the spike protein that we need to make vaccine. You could also use whole viruses which are grown. So there are many things that we can do. So instead of using aborted cell line, but this will take time. Till it is out, we will continue taking the vaccines which are available without having any problems with our conscience. And we can sum up all this by saying what Pope Francis always says, because of technology, not everything that is technically possible or feasible is therefore ethically acceptable. So we need to find out from the source of what it is, what type of cells we're talking about, and then decide for ourselves, is it ethical or not? If human life is not destroyed, then yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pasquale, for such an elaborate and succinct deliberation that enlightened us so much in detail about and adding so much more the recent advances in this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Sharon, do we have a break now?
Yes, doctor, if you can give us a 5. Ms. Sujata has joined us.
All right, just a 5 minutes break.
Yes.
Stretch. Okay, thank you.
We'll start, doctor.
Yeah, should I make some announcement before we start, or?
I think we'll make the announcement later. We're already at 11.
All right. Gives me a pleasure to introduce Ms. Sujata Astekar, who is the force behind Zonal Transplant Coordination Committee. And if at all we see the zone ZTCC doing so much of work, it is her energy, her efforts together with the team. And this she has acquired by working as a medical social worker at various hospitals in Mumbai. And without taking much of our time, I will request Ms. Sujata Astekar, who is now a consultant at the regional and state level in organ donation programs, to take over.
Thank you very much, sir, for kind introduction. And I'll go to the topic which has been assigned to me. And before that, I also would like to thank FIMC Center for giving me this opportunity. The topic which has been given to me is about legal aspects of live and cadaveric organ donation. My slide is not moving. So before we go understand the legal aspects, we have to know the basics of human organ donation and transplantation. So human organ transplantation, it is the achievement of modern medical science. In fact, many fields of science have contributed to this achievement, where a diseased organ is replaced by the healthy organ through surgical procedure. So if somebody is suffering, say, for liver failure, and liver is a vital organ without which a person may not survive, that this organ cannot be cured any further, then that liver can be replaced by a new liver. So that is a surgery which can be performed by various other organs also. So it is a surgical procedure. Important for all of you to know that it's an established therapy. It is not something like it has been started recently. The first kidney transplant was done in 1954 by Dr. Joseph Murray, for which he got the Nobel Prize, and we are in 2022. In India, there are many transplant centers, experts who can do transplants of most of the organs, almost all the organs. Coming to Maharashtra, we have 100 transplant centers, and we are able to do most of the transplants. Importantly, it is the only ray of hope for many patients who are suffering from end-stage organ failure. So why are we talking about organ donation? We are talking about organ donation for organ transplantation. Now, which are the organs which can be transplanted? If you see to the left of the screen, it is kidneys, heart, liver, lungs, pancreas, intestine. The commonly transplanted organs are definitely kidneys and liver. In Mumbai, we have done many of heart transplants, we have done lung transplants, we have done pancreas transplant, we have done intestine transplants. These are the organs which are vital organs and which are required to function if someone needs to live. If somebody has been told that both the kidneys have failed, they have two options. One, the person has to go for dialysis. That means take a dialysis, artificial kidney dialysis they have to do. And 3 times a week, a person has to go, the blood will go through the machine and the toxics will be removed, and he will extend his life for few days. And again, he has to go back to the dialysis. That is only available for kidney patients. For liver, heart, lungs, these patients, this option is not available. So if you see, there is a long waiting list of kidney and liver patients mainly. And all these patients will not survive if they do not get transplant for a long time. And for kidneys, it will change the quality of life. Any transplant surgeon or any doctor, if you ask, transplant is always considered better because they can live near normal life. Now, if you see to your right, the other organs also can be, or tissues mainly can be donated, like bones. Skin can be donated. Cornea, which we commonly understand as eye donation, which also happen after cardiac death, which can be done even at home. Within 6 hours, a team can come home and retrieve the organs. If it happens in the hospital, easier, the team is already maybe there in the hospital and they can retrieve. The only thing is it has to be retrieved within 6 hours. Skin is not actually transplanted. It is used as a bandage to burn patients. And if you may be aware, most of the burn patients in our country are women and children. So it is again life-saving for them. It reduces the pain and protects them from the infection till the new skin is developed, their own skin is developed. So skin donation also can be done. And when we talk about skin donation, people may get scared that how will it look. So for your knowledge, it's not the entire skin that is removed, only the part of the skin, the upper layer of the skin, that is epidermis, is taken, and that part looks white. So there is no bleeding because it's taken after cardiac death, and there is it doesn't look bad. And we take skin off only thighs and back, so it does not cause any disfigurement. Eye donation, yes, again can be done. Now, face transplants also have been performed. It may not save life, but it changes the quality of life of those who have suffered major injuries. It is not for cosmetic reasons. It is for patients, like the first face transplant which was done in France, where a lady's face was eaten up by her own dog, or the second was done on a patient with bullet injury. So it's not for a cosmetic reason. Hand transplants, again, we have performed it in Mumbai in a public hospital, where new hands are given so that a person can do the daily day-to-day activities and changes the quality of life. Again, uterus transplants have been done in our own state in Maharashtra. Again, it has a lot of ethical aspects because it is not life-saving, or whether we are going to consider women as someone who is a machine which gives birth. So the uterus is taken from mostly mother and donated to a patient, and then she bears a child. So few uterus transplants have been done. And as per the law, if you say uterus transplant is legal, because any organ transplant is legal in our country, but when we talk about uterus transplant, we have to think more ethically, because it is not life-saving and it is basically to give birth. And after the transplant is done, the child is born, the uterus can be removed. For your information, all these patients who are undergoing transplant, they have to be on immunosuppression till their last breath. So it is not something that once the surgery is done, it's over. They have to follow up very regularly with their doctors and take immunosuppressions and be on medication. So when it comes to hand transplants, also we prefer that we go for adult hand transplant, because hand again is not a life-saving surgery. So somebody who is getting the hand should be able to make the decision that yes, I am ready to go for immunosuppression all my life and then get my hands. So most of the commonly transplanted organs are kidney and liver. So if you see in India, 150 per million patients suffer from kidney failure, and 20,000 require liver transplant. So if you see the Maharashtra waiting list, which is maintained by my own office, which is regional state organ tissue transplant organization, we have 5,000 patients waiting for kidney, 1,000 for liver, and around 100 for heart. Now you may see why 5,000 for kidney and why less for liver and heart. So as I told you earlier, that kidney patients have something like dialysis to extend lives, and liver patients and heart patients do not have the same. So most of them die waiting for an organ. So the number, average number remains the same, but the names keep on changing. Now let's look at the number of donations in Maharashtra as compared to the number of transplants done. See, if you see in 2013, only 56 people donated their organs. Now this is about the solid organs. We have not included skin and cornea, life-saving organs. Like kidney, liver, at least one of these has been taken. So these are actual donors. The definition of actual donor as per WHO is a donor from whom at least one solid organ is retrieved. So if we have taken only one kidney, then that person is also counted as a donor. So only 56 donor in Maharashtra. Now you can see how figures are very small as compared to population in Maharashtra. 51 in 2014, and the numbers increased in 2019, which went to 160. And to share with you all, this was the highest in the country. So you can imagine the number of donations happening in other states. So the other performing states are Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka right now, and Gujarat. The rest of the India, we do not have much of donations happening. In 2020, obviously because of the COVID, the donations, deceased donations went down, which came to 74. And in 2021, it has gone to 95. It's not updated in the slide, but it's 95. And in 2022, we have done 72 deceased donations till now. So definitely there is a gap between number of donations happening and need of organ donation. Which is the most commonly transplanted organ? the law came, kidney was the organ which was commonly transplanted. Since there was no law, some of the hospitals or maybe the doctors offered money to people so that they can get the kidney, which led to kidney bazaar. And so that is how that's not a good part of transplant. That's a black history, we may call that. There was something like money transactions happening in exchange of the organs, and we have been so much thinking about it even today, that even in our media, if you see, this is a recent movie in I don't know the exact year, but around maybe 5-10 years back. And here also there is a mention, kisi paise wale patient ko main kidney bech dunga. And it's very commonly seen in different movies, or very commonly it has been said that main kidney bech ke paisa le lunga. So these kind of statements are illegal, because this is not done in our country. And in 80s, when the kidneys were transplanted this way, many people who were socially aware came together and demanded that there should be a law to prohibit commercial dealings. And that was a need, because we felt that it is not correct to make someone sell their organ, which is very important, for money, and it's maybe unethical. So the purpose of the law is to prohibit commercial dealings, then regulate removal of organs from deceased and living donors. So there should be some regulation on whenever we remove the organ from either from a living donor or from the deceased donor. So these are the two major needs for which the law came into existence. And we were able to do only kidney transplants because we were not having sanction for brain death and from live donors. So we were not able to do heart and lung transplant. Now these are the organs which we cannot take from living donor. We have a limitation. When we do the transplants, some organs we can take from living donor, like kidney or a part of a liver, but heart and lungs we cannot take from a living donor, because we cannot kill someone and get the organs. So these organs transplants we were not able to perform because we didn't have sanction for brain death. So that is what was achieved by passing an act in 1994. So we adopted in Maharashtra the same act in 19. Transplant punishable crime. It kept the regulation of removal, storage, and transplantation of human organs for therapeutic purposes. So it's important for all of us to know the organs which are removed, for organs which are donated under this act cannot be used for research purpose. So many times people get confused between body donation and organ donation. Body donation is for research purpose under Bombay Anatomy Act, where body can be donated to a medical college, mostly to the anatomy department, where doctors will study on that body. And for that, after cardiac death, a family may just go there and hand over the body to the anatomy department, and it is not given back to the family for last rites. But when it comes to organ donation, it is for therapeutic purposes. Organs which are required for the therapy, that is for transplant, are only removed, and body is given back to the relatives for last rites. And these organs which we have removed, we cannot use for research purpose. And of course, it paved the way for organ donation because it gave sanction, or it approved brain stem death. Now, what is brainstem death? It is irreversible damage to brain stem. We have a small part in our brain which has center for respiration and consciousness. For some reason, if this brain stem is irreversibly damaged, then practically that patient is not going to respire on its own. So medically, this patient is considered brain dead. Now, this is not a new concept. It evolved since 1956, first time in France. And two French doctors found that, whatever we do to the patients, in some patients in ICU, they are not coming back, but they were scared that time to call it death. They called it someone who is beyond coma. But in 1968, USA approved brainstem death criteria. In 1975, UK approved brainstem death criteria. In 1994, Human Organ Transplantation Act was passed and India approved brainstem death criteria. So many countries around the world now accept brainstem death as death, and we can take most of the organs, like mostly internal organs like kidneys, liver, heart, pancreas, intestine, from brain stem dead donors. If somebody dies at home due to cardiac death, then we can take only tissues which do not require blood supply, like cornea. We can take skin, we can take bones, but we cannot take in from these patients kidneys or liver and heart. So mostly the organ donation is from the donors who die brain stem death. So it can be only diagnosed in an ICU. That ICU should be of a hospital who is registered with the government for transplantation. Now, this is a government regulation we have. So we cannot remove organ in a small nursing home and do not inform the government. Organs can be solid organs. Tissues can be removed even at home, but solid organs like kidney, liver can be retrieved only in a registered hospital which is registered with the government. Patient is deeply comatose. All comatose patient may not be brain dead, but all brain dead patients are deeply comatose. 4 doctors who are recognized by the government and have nothing to do with the transplant surgery. This is important to know, that doctors who declare brain dead do not have vested interest in getting these organs with them for their patients. For example, somebody who is involved in kidney transplant, somebody who is involved in a liver transplant will not be able to declare brain death. So these are the doctors are like hospital head, ICU in charge, or a specialist who is recognized by the government to do so. So someone who is not recognized as a brain death committee member will not be able to declare brain death. And as this death happens only in an ICU, mostly the relatives are approached by the hospital for organ donation. Due to awareness, we get calls sometimes from the relatives. A patient may not be in a registered hospital. So in that case, we take a special permission from the government or shift the donor with the consent of the relatives to the nearest transplant hospital, and then the organ donation takes place. And after shifting, 4 doctors from a registered transplant hospital have to see that the patient is brain dead, and then only the organ donation happens. So this is the procedure for organ donation. Now let's come to the act. So in the act, there are in the first 2 sessions, it's a preliminary, where there is the name of the act and certain definitions. Then chapter 2 talks about authority for removal of human organs. Chapter 3 talks about regulation of hospitals. Chapter 4 talks about appropriate authority. Chapter 5 talk about registration of hospitals. Then there are definitely offenses and penalties if you do not follow the law, and miscellaneous. So the act basically talks about living donor transplants and deceased donor transplants. This is based on from where we are getting the organ. If we are getting an organ from a living donor, which is mainly kidney and part of liver. And if we are getting an organ from deceased donor, it can be kidney, liver, heart, lung, hand, all the organs. So these 2 donations the act talks about. It has defined what is brainstem death, what is a deceased person, what do you mean by a donor, who is a recipient, what do you mean by human organ, who are the near relatives, what is a hospital, What do you mean by payment? What is the meaning of registered medical practitioner? What do you mean by therapeutic purposes? And what do you mean by transplantation? So we may not go into all the definitions due to lack of time, but we will definitely focus on some which are important. Brain stem death. It's something very important definition in this law, which says the stage at which all functions of the brain stem have permanently and irreversibly ceased, and it's so certified. So who is a brainstem death person? Whose brainstem function, please understand, irreversibly are damaged, and that is certified by 4 doctors as per the law. Now, what do you mean by deceased person? A person in whom permanent disappearance of all evidence of life occurs by reason of brainstem death or in a cardiopulmonary sense at any time after live birth has taken place. Now, why this definition is important? In practice, when we declare brainstem death, if any lay person sees a brainstem dead patient, it is very difficult for that person's relatives to accept brainstem death because he looks like any other comatose patient. The monitor is not showing a straight line. The heart is still beating. So we call them heart beating donors. So it is not what we conventionally understand death. So when we go to police also, many times we require NOC in medical legal cases from the police, so that we want to know that the organ donation will not come in the way of declaring cause of death. So that's why in medical legal cases, we require the police permission. When we go to the police stations, the police many times say, "Arey, aap kaise bol rahe ho, madam? Ye nahi hai." Or how can you say that this patient is dead? His heart is still beating. Come after he is dead. So it is very important for us to understand and make people aware that brainstem death is death. Now, again, one more issue comes with with relation to this definition, that sometimes when we approach the family may say, yes, we want to donate. Then we take the patient to, we take the donor to OT, organs are retrieved, bodies given back to the relatives. Sometimes the family may say, okay, you are saying that our patient is no more, because that's what brainstem death is about. But then we don't want to donate organs, give us the body back. Now, in that case, some of the doctors are not comfortable because they feel that the death definition is only in relation to organ donation. So ethically, is it right that we tell the family that this patient is dead, and when they say that we don't want to donate organs, we tell them that we will wait till the heart stops? So that is something we all have to think about. And if someone is dead, the person is dead. One person cannot die twice. So what do you mean by human organ? Any part of a human body with structured arrangement of tissues which is wholly removed cannot be replicated. So that's why hair transplant is not considered under this act. Near relative, spouse, son, daughter, father, mother, brother, or sister. So if your auntie, uncle wants to donate organ, they come under other than near relative. Recipient, a person into whom any human organ or it's proposed to be transplanted, or person who is in the need of the organ. What do you mean by therapeutic purposes? Systematic treatment of any disease or the measure to improve health according to any particular method or modality. So we are going to use organ for transplantation and to save lives. So what is transplantation? Grafting of any human organ from any living or deceased person to some other living person for therapeutic purposes. So what is the definition of payment? Payment in money or money's worth, but does not include payment for reimbursing the cost of removing, transporting, or preserving the human organ to be supplied, any expenses or loss of earning incurred by a person so far as reasonably and directly attributable to its supplying any human organ from his body. So that means many times people ask us question that, okay, we are donating organs, but are you going to give this organ free to the recipient? We say yes. Then the question comes, why the family has been charged for the surgery? Why there has been some money taken when the organ is transported from one state to other state? So by law, that is considered, that is allowed, and that is not considered commercial dealing. So the law allows it. But at the same time, we have to see when the organs get shared across the state, sometimes the charter flights are used, and that makes organ available to reach. So are we going to make organs available to all the patients, all the needy patients, and all the patients from the government hospital, those who are poor? So this is also one aspect when we have to think when we think about organ allocation and organ sharing. And about payment. So payment is allowed, but if somebody is paying 10 lakhs to take the organ from one city to other city, and but other person is not able to afford it, then are we giving priority to rich? Authority for removal of human organs for therapeutic purposes, who is the authority and who can say yes, this organ can be removed, is definitely person who is lawfully in possession of the dead body. So if my organs are supposed to be donated, my relatives after my death have to give consent. Yes, we do not mind that her organs can be donated. So who are the near relative? Again, I have defined it very clearly, the close relatives. And it is very important to understand, suppose one of the close relatives say no, says the person who signs has to see that no other close relative has objection, but someone else other than the close relative has objection, then we may go ahead with the organ donation. So many times we get the questions by public that there are so many road accidents or there are unclaimed bodies, why don't you take organs from them? So as you know, the close relatives consent is required, and in cases of unclaimed bodies we have to wait for 48 hours and no organs can be preserved in that time. So practically organ donation becomes difficult. So we can donate only when the close relatives are around. And the organs are supposed to be removed by the registered practitioner. So the one who removes organ also has to be registered with the government for as a transplant surgeon, and it's his responsibility to see that this patient is dead. So whenever we actually in practice the donation occurs and if we get a call from home, then we say, "Aap humko pehle death certificate bhej do." So first you give us the death certificate, then we will move on. And if there is no death certificate, then we cannot go ahead with the organ donation. And in case of brainstem death, a surgeon will require a brainstem death certificate before shifting the donor to OT for organ retrieval. So as I said, these 4 doctors who have nothing to do with organ donation will declare brain death. And if there is a child who is below 18 years of age, a parent should give consent for organ donation. The preservation of organ is also a responsibility of registered medical practitioner, and he also has to see that the organs are transplanted to needy. And as I told you, in case of medical cases, medical legal cases, we need a police permission and from a permission from a forensic doctor. So let's come to living donor. Who is the authority? Any living donor, any person who is above 18 years of age, or maybe who is an adult Indian citizen, can say yes to organ donation by filling a pledge form or signing the form number 7 of Rule 14 of this Act, which says that I, so and so, have no objection if my organs are given for therapeutic purposes or to save lives. And this form is signed by 2 witnesses. One witness has to be a close relative. So in my lifetime, I can make a wish to donate my organs. But it is important to know, even if I have made a wish and my relatives after my death say no, then organ donation does not occur. So whether this is right also is a question, but as of today, as our law says, even I can make a decision when I'm alive, but after my death, my family has to say yes to organ donation. And that's why we always said it's important to inform the family about your wish than filling a pledge form. Now, when we talk about living donations of a limited organ like kidney and liver, the law very clearly says that the organ can be donated by a living donor in his lifetime, mostly to the near relative. A recipient has to be a near relative. So if I want to give it, I can give it to my spouse, father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, grandparent, and grandchildren. Now, if I wish to take it, say from my uncle or my old friend, I can, but I have to prove to the law that I'm doing it due to the love and affection. So in practice, there will be an interview which will be recorded, video recorded, the statements will be taken, all the documents will be taken to prove that there is a relation, even if it's a close relative, or if there is other than near relative, the government will be taking extra precaution. Authorization committee of the government will ask questions and prove that there is no commercial dealing, and then only the hospital can go ahead for transplant. So this all will be done by hospital. So there is a major role of an authorization committee which is supposed to be formed under this act by every state, which gives permission to living donations. Basically, if the donors are foreign nationals, now many patients who are foreign nationals, they can come and do the transplant, but the donor has to be also from their country or their relative, or the donor has to be Indian. We cannot give a recipient who is a foreign national and a donor who is an Indian. So there is something like appropriate authority which has to be established in every state under this act, which deals with giving permission to the hospital. So they are this is the whole and sole authority when it comes to this law in the state. Appropriate authority in Maharashtra is Director of Health Services. So what is the function of the appropriate authority? That they grant and renew registration of the hospital. So there will be an inspection of the hospital to see whether this hospital is able to perform the transplant surgeries. They can suspend or cancel registration of the hospital if there is a violation of law. They can enforce standards for hospital. They can investigate complaints under this act, inspect periodically for quality of transplant and any other. So the hospital has to be registered. The medical practitioner has to be registered. If the medical practitioner changes the hospital, suppose someone is working in one private hospital, shifts from one hospital to other, that also has to be informed to appropriate authority. And effects of transplants are supposed to be explained to the recipient. Especially this is very, very important in living donation. It's a responsibility of a transplant surgeon to explain to the recipient as well as a donor. If we are taking organ from a living donor, it is a duty of the surgeon to tell him that there can be a risk, especially in liver donor, and this all is recorded, and hospital keeps the record that this was informed to the recipient, to the donor, that there was a risk involved in, because any surgery there can be risk. So definitely there are offenses and penalties under this act if someone removes organ without authority, if someone is involved in commercial dealings, and if someone makes receipt offer in exchange of payment to give the organ, seeks to find person to supply the organ, offers to supply human organ, or if the person initiates any negotiations between the donor and the recipient for commercial dealing. So all these are punishable offenses. And if some advertisement, if you see in newspaper, which used to come before 1994, if now someone has seen any advertisement, then that advertisement is illegal, that asking for organs in return of the money. Now the act was amended in 2011 in terms of penalty. It has become stricter. The penalty has increased to 10 years and up to 20 lakhs and up to 1 crore. So it is a very, very strict act. And if some hospital violates it, the strict action needs to be taken. At the same time, the law has given protection of action taken in good faith. Suppose someone tries to motivate a deceased donor and is suppose an NGO person, and some problem occurs later on, then he will get a protection of action taken in good faith. The act has rules. The rules are made by central government. So few amendments, important amendments in 2011 Act other than the penalty were the blood tissues were included. Now, as you all know that eye donation has the history before organ donation. So Aishwarya Rai's advertisement for appeal for organ donation came in 90s, and organ donation is talked about after maybe in the year more after 1995, but mainly in the 2000, and recently it's picking up. So in 2011, the tissues word was included. So eye, skin, everything is included in this act now. Now, we used to find that as you all are all have been told that organs can be removed only in registered transplant center. Now, what used to happen that whenever there is an operation theater and there is an ICU, brain death can occur. And the relatives want to donate organ, we had to shift the donor to the transplant center. So to stop that and to reduce the hassle for the relatives, the government has given recognition to certain hospitals only for the purpose of retrieval of organs. So there is a card, non-transplant organ, and an operation theater can be registered as a NTRC, and there we can take the organ. So we don't have to shift the donor from NTRC to transplant centers. So a small centers can get the recognition and organ donation can be carried out. Term grandparents and grandchildren have been included in terms of near relative. This is to actually increase the scope of live donation, so that because in our country there are less disease donations, and most of the patients mainly depend, especially kidney and liver, mainly depend on live transplant program. If you see in the Western countries, most of the organs are taken from deceased donation, and there is a tremendous guilt of taking organ from a live donor because a healthy person is undergoing surgery in this case. Now, again, to increase the scope of live donations and in view of less donations happening, deceased donations happening in our country, we have given permission to swap transplant. Now, in swap transplant, two families can exchange the organs. Like suppose I have a donor who is my near relative, but the blood group is not matching, and that's why I'm not able to take the organ. And there is one more family like me, the donor and recipient can be exchanged, and the surgery will go on the same day. And this transplant again can happen with the permission of authorization committee, which is a government body, and lot of interviews and paperwork is done before this kind of permissions have been given. Then tissue banks also come under this act, like bone banks and all, and they have to get registered with the appropriate authority. First time the word transplant coordinator was used, who is a social worker or maybe a doctor, but this person's role is to be with the family and do all the work which requires to be done for procurement of that particular organ. And he, in any transplant hospital, when the solid organ donation happens, the transplant coordinator remains with the family throughout. So it takes around 24 hours for solid organs from the first apnea is done, because 4 doctors have to do 2 tests at the gap of 6 hours to confirm that this brain dead donor is dead. And from the first time till the actually the body is handed over, it takes 24 hours. So in the whole process, with the family, this transplant coordinator remains and help the family in the process, and also coordinate with different teams. If donor and recipient is a foreign national, prior approval of authorization committee is mandatory. No organs and tissues can be removed from body of a mentally challenged person before death. So this is a very important amendment in the act. Before this, there was a case which happened in Mumbai where doctors were asking permission from the court to take an organ from a mentally challenged adult, and this was felt unethical because if the mentally challenged person cannot decide and is not in a position to take the decision for herself or himself. So that is a new amendment, which is, I feel, is very good amendment the law has done. Again, the brainstem death committee members were only neurosurgeons and neurologists. So in small towns and cities, if the neurosurgeon and neurologists were not available, it was very difficult to declare brain death in their absence. So the law has given now permission that any person like anesthetist, physician, intensivist who is available, but at the same time is registered under this act under brain death committee. So any anesthetist can't go and declare, but now an anesthetist who is registered under this act as a brainstem death committee member can declare brain death. So this has also helped a lot. Appropriate authority has the powers of civil court. They can summon anyone in possession of information relating to violation of the act. They can ask for any documents, search warrant can be issued. I have already explained that every state level has the authorization committee. Then there is an advisory committee each state should have, and the role of this advisory committee is to guide appropriate authority. So if any case is there or any issue is there, this committee advises the appropriate authority. The tenure of this committee is 2 years, and there is a representation from medical experts, one officer from medical Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So there should be 2 eminent social workers, NGO representation. So there are representatives from different fields who can help the appropriate authority to further the amendment. And under 2014 rules, the government came up with establishment of national network. So the national network, regional network and state network has been formed, basically maintain the national registry and to maintain the organ allocation. So there is like National Organ Tissue Transplant Organization, which is an apex body which is in Delhi. India has been divided into 5 states, 5 regions like East, West, North, South and Northeast. So each region has its roto, that is Western region has its roto in KM Hospital in Mumbai, and I'm associated with it. And each state has its SOTO. So all the patients' data is collected by SOTO from the hospital, which is sent to the region, further sent to NOTO. So the registry is maintained. All the pledge forms which come in the region is again sent to NOTO. So the pledge registry is maintained. And if there is any organ available, say in Maharashtra. So in Maharashtra, it has the history of organ donation before this Noto-Roto-Soto rules came. So there was something like Zonal Transplant Coordination Center, which was established by the government, basically to allocate organs. So that network already existed in Maharashtra. So at zonal level, the Maharashtra has been divided into 4 zones, that is Mumbai, Nagpur, Aurangabad and Pune. So if there is a donor, say in Mumbai ZTCC has the list of all the patients who require any solid organ. So they have a kidney waiting list, liver waiting list for that particular zone, because all the hospitals will send their requirement only to ZTCC Mumbai. So they will try to allocate organ within the zone. If there is no recipient, they will contact SOTO Maharashtra. I mean, will say that we do not have any recipients, say particularly for heart. Then SOTO will give the alert to other 3 ZTCCs and will ask whether Nagpur has any suitable recipient. If there is no recipient in Maharashtra, then the alert will go to the region, the states under like Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. If there is no one in the region, then the alert goes to the NOTO, and then NOTO gives alert to the whole country. And that is why, because of this network, which has been active now for last 5 years, we have been able to share organs across the state, and the organs are shared very commonly, heart and lung, because we have recipients generally for kidney and liver, so that because of the long waiting list. But heart also requires, along with blood matching, also require heart size and height matching. So mostly the heart and lungs commonly get shared across the state. So all the organs are shared by the government organizations, and this network which has been established has been functioning under National Organ Transplant Program under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So we all should know that organ allocation is done by the government and not by any doctor. Now, what are the principles of allocation? It's basically nationality. So within state, within region. Now, how you interpret state. Now, for example, in Maharashtra, when we have a patient waiting in the Maharashtra hospital, a patient may not be a domicile of Maharashtra, but has chosen to come to Maharashtra and take a treatment in Maharashtra, is a patient from Maharashtra. But say in Gujarat, they give preference to hide ourselves, an Indian citizen. I have a right to go and take treatment wherever possible in India. But in some states, this allocation system has been established. People are questioning it, but within the state, the organ will be allocated, then within the region, then nation, and then person with Indian origin. So most of the hospitals may have a person who is staying in UK, an NRI, and wants an organ in India. He will get the donated organ. We are talking about only deceased organs, which are allocated by the government. Now, this organ can go to a person with Indian origin if NOTO feels that they have given alert to all the patients, and now there is no suitable willing Indian patient for this particular heart or this particular lung, then NOTO only can allocate to person with Indian origin. And if there is no person with Indian origin, in that situation, organ may go to foreign national. But we do not allocate organs to foreign national. Once I had got a call from a patient where the patient was in some other country, and whether we can shift the organ from here to other countries, so which is not possible as per our law. Then of course blood group is seen whether identical and compatible. Then there is a priority score, as organ donation and transplantation are happening across the world, and there have been priority systems established in different countries. We have in USA. So we have studied that, and we have most of the states have established their own priority score. Maharashtra was one of the first to establish it under ZTCC. So to just give you an example, when the form comes, there is some score attached to the patient. So for example, say age. So if somebody who's a 25 and somebody who is a 75, so definitely some more score is given to a young patient, some more additional score given to a child. We will also see a waiting period. We'll also see a clinical status. In liver, they will see a MELD score. So this is pre-approved priority score is given to each patient. And we will also look at the chronology. Then we also see the status of that organ which is donated, and all that matching is done, and the organs are distributed by the government organization and by the computer established system. So it is not that one individual is taking the decision, and this allocation is made available to all the hospitals. So there is a transparency maintained, and no organ has been given out of 10 to any patient. Let's look at the issues related to transplantations now. Then issues in live donation. Its concern is like when mostly when our kidney is donated, it is donated by a wife to her husband or from mother to son. So female, especially she's a spouse, then whether there is an indirect force. So law has made it very clear that extra precaution has to be taken when there is a female donor. Some of the hospitals actually practice that they ask in confidentiality to a female donor that whether there was any force, and if she is under force, then they give medical reasons, and she has been given excuse, and she can be excused from not donating the organs, because a lot of pressure on a female donor to donate. So also there is risk to donors' health. There has been donor death in living liver donations mainly. So that's a concern. Again, we have to know what happens to these living donors. Somebody gives kidney. What happens after few years if that patient develops a kidney problem? So whether anybody has looked at these issues. Now with this, Maharashtra government has started looking at the data. The data is not up to date.
Sujata, can you just shorten the talk, because the
Yes,
others,
I am at the end of my talk, sir. I'm
okay,
at the
thank
end
you.
of then the relationship is established by providing various documents. Now, recently there has been a case in Pune where false documents were provided by the recipient and donor was shown as a wife, and the hospital authority feels that we do not have means to verify these documents. So this kind of problems come up. A 16-year-old girl, she wanted to donate organ to her alcoholic father. So whether this is another issue which came up. A brother of a branded donor wanted to take a kidney because we do not go out of turn. So he wanted to come up on the waiting list. He said, "It's my brother who is dead and I want the organ." Whether that can be done, many times this kind of requests come that you give it to one of my close relatives. This was considered. Many times they may say that to the close, if not the close relative or maybe some other relatives, we want one kidney, you give and take all the organs. So we say no to this. So whether we are having opting in system where we wish to donate, then we can donate. But in the countries like Spain, where there is opt-out system that everybody is a donor. So if the person doesn't want to become a donor, then they have to write that I don't want to be an organ donor. So to summarize, the law has made deceased donor transplant possible, stopped commercial donning, and has made it punishable crime. To me, a deceased donor transplant is one of the most ethical way, because the organs which we otherwise bury and burn can save lives. So we have to sensitize the professionals as well as the public to come forward for donating organs. Now, some points for discussions to you: whether we can go for presumed consent like countries like Spain. Shall we provide compensation to donor families, which Iran has done? Shall we allow directed donations? So to allow someone to come up to get the organ even if not listed? Or shall we be sharing the identity of deceased donor with the recipient family? Because presently we are not. So these are the points for discussions for ethics point of view. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sujata, for an excellent presentation. Lot of research on various aspects, legal issues involved, and the intricacies on legal aspects of live and cadaveric organ donation. Thank you very much. It gives me, we go now to the next. It's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Sanjay Nagral, alumni of prestigious GS Medical College and KM Hospital. He's the director of gastroenterology at Jaslok Hospital and a super specialist in hepatobiliary surgery. He is the co-chair of the International Council working on transplantation. He has many publications and has co-authored many books. One of them, prominent one, is The Healers and Predators and Healthcare Corruption in India. He's a prolific reader and writer, and his Second Opinion weekly in various newspapers is become an addiction, at least to me. A lot of knowledge in that. He's a member of the editorial board of Journal of Medical Ethics and a co-chair of the Forum of Medical Ethics India. He will talk to us now on ethical issues involved in life and organ donation after knowing the legal issues. Over to Dr. Sanjay Nagral. Thank you very much for coming here and agreeing to give this talk.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sanjay.
Okay, great. And so before I start, so since we are running a little late, and I, by the way, had an opportunity to hear Sujata. Obviously, what I will do is try not to repeat some of the points she made. So that's it's an advantage because I heard her for the last, I think, 20 minutes. So I will try my best not to repeat. But before I start, I just wanted to have a sense of if you can tell me who are the majority of participants, because when we give talks, we face to face, so we know whom we are talking to. So is the background mainly healthcare? Is it healthcare workers of various sorts? Am I right in?
Healthcare workers, students, forensic medicine, nurses, professionals, legal people, teachers. So
okay. So it's quite So it's quite a mixed audience. So I must keep that in mind. All right. So I'm going to start first of all by thanking all of you, FIMC and the host. I don't know how many of you are there online now, but Anukant and others who
50 are online.
Sorry, you're
50 on online.
50 online, and are the others offline?
No, around that only is the number.
Okay. So I just said that last year I think I gave the same talk to the previous batch. I have changed it a little, and now as I was listening to Sujata, I also made some quick changes so that I don't end up repeating. So I need to start sharing my screen, and please don't look at my horrible desktop because it is in a mess, but I will try and immediately go to my talk, which is here. Okay, fair enough. So can you now see my first slide? Can you see my first slide?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So let me just start by saying that I have given this title to my talk as Uncertain Glory. Some of you may know this is a book by two people, Amartya Sen and Jean Drez, on India, on the current sort of development stage of India, where they say that it's uncertain glory, and I think that applies very well to transplantation, because on one hand, as Sujata may have told you, we have made a fair amount of advance, but whether that advance has been has looked at equity, whether that advance is sustainable, is something that we need to discuss. So I spent my surgical career in the last 25 years actually working into hospitals largely. And I show this picture every time just to show you what those of you who are from Mumbai. So this hospital up here is a big private hospital, the Jaslok Hospital, where I now mainly work. This person is my neighbor, our neighbor rather, who stays in this house. And I used to take this C-Link to work at a municipal hospital at Bandra, the Bhabha Hospital. And this is the population we served. Now, the reason I put this up, and this is known to all of you, I'm not sort of stating the obvious, but to say that in India, when we talk of anything related to healthcare, we need to first put on the table this divide. And there is this huge divide. It's not a minor divide that, sort of where, there is it's a small gap. And in transplantation, unfortunately, this gap is even bigger. I got into sort of medical ethics. I'm not an ethicist, by the way. I'm not an ethicist by training. Neither do I claim to be an expert ethicist, but because of my association with this journal. And now, by the way, we have touched 30 years. So this is a journal which some of you want to look at leisure later. I'll show you the website. But basically, this journal has been debating many ethical issues in healthcare, specifically with the India focus. So this is a group I work with now. I'm now, incidentally, the co-chair of this group, which is a global group, which actually looks at transplantation ethics and specifically addresses the challenge of trafficking for transplantation, but also looks at commercialism in transplant. And that's one reason why I have been increasingly now engaging also with transplant clinicians across the globe. And it's very interesting to see how it is panning out in different parts of the world. Now, this is a slide with apologies because I think this is an ethics course. This is so this slide should be there as right at the start, and I'm sure people have explained this to you. But I usually like to put up this slide just to make that distinction between law and ethics clear and how it will play out in transplantation. So Sujata obviously referred to the law, and law is law, and law is often reflects ethics, but of course ethics is very different from law, and ethics can change. Ethics need not agree with the prevailing law of the country, doesn't have to agree. So therefore we need to make that distinction when we discuss ethics. The reason I say this every time, especially to my colleagues, is because when you're talking to doctors, very often the whole thing dovetails into something called medico-legal medicine, which I personally find as a very constricted way of looking at things. One of the other points I want to make is, what is modern ethics based on? So what moralities is based on? I mean, it's a sort of semi-moral science. But I think it is based on, if you look at the principles of ethics, many of them are based on justice. And I think we need to understand this, that whilst when one looks at how the principles came about, they came about with a sense of justice. And therefore, when we translate it into even the field of transplantation, it is always about justice. It is also about the basic principles of ethics. So the classic 4 principles, and I'm not going to repeat these principles, but to say that autonomy is very important in transplantation, and justice, and Sujata just referred to allocation. And the big question in allocation of organs when there is an organ shortage is, how do you allocate in a manner which is justiciable to society? Now, when it comes to transplantation, why is ethics so important? Why should you, ethics is important to healthcare, of course, that is obvious. But in transplantation, actually, it challenges one to think of ethics even more. Firstly, because it's a life-saving procedure. So there is a massive demand-supply gap. So let me share this with you, that if today 100 people in India need a life-saving transplant, okay, I'm just giving you some very, very rough figure, only one of them is going to get it. Or even worse, maybe it's 1,000 to 1. So please understand that the number of organs available is very limited, and the number of people who need it is going to be very, it is significantly more than the organs available. So there is competition. Now, in any society, when there is competition, there is, who wins? Who wins? So power wins. I mean, that's the history of this world. Power wins. I mean, if anybody has any doubt about that, I can give you examples again and again, that it is a powerful who will try to grab those resources. And therefore, this is exactly what one of the challenges of transplantation is. The other challenge is that it is very non-uniform across the world. So people in one country who do not have access will travel to another country. Now, how does that play out? We'll probably look at that. As you go down this slide, I have introduced a concept. And that concept is of, so Sujata and the previous speakers probably talked to you about who's a deceased donor. Somebody who has died, brain death. I will not discuss that in detail. But when a brain dead person's organs are donated, who are they donated to? So they are donated as something in the form of what is called a public good. So if it's a public good, then how should it be shared? What are the principles of sharing is, I think, something that that is fundamental to the whole ethics around allocation of organs. And therefore, as I said at the end, transplantation actually fertile ground, inequity, abuse of power, inducement, coercion. Because if you want a transplant and you want an organ, if there is no transparent, justiciable, equal way of getting an organ, obviously all other factors are going to come into play. But you can turn it around also, which is that what are the challenges to ethics from transplantation? So the field of ethics has a high sort of a focus on morality, has a focus, as I said, on justice. But then the question that also comes up is, if it's a life and death situation, should all the rules of ethics apply? So these are questions which have been raised, and I'm not giving my views on it, but suffice to say that when you start thinking and applying the principles, these are some questions that come up. So is there a universal ethic which all countries should follow, or should it go by local culture? Do notions of trading should they apply in organ transplantation? So we trade in human life, right? I mean, we all trade. We trade in the market. So there's a school of thought which says that since we trade in everything, why don't we trade in organs? As long as the trade is transparent, why not do that? So I think there is a challenge to transplantation which is coming up from those who also practice transplantation, and even philosophers who say that why are you making such a big issue when it comes to the buying and selling of organs? Because anyways in life we buy and sell everything else, and increasingly we are buying and selling everything else. So transplantation is actually very, very unique in that sense, even in terms of how it plays out in the public eye. So these are newspaper cuttings from Indian newspapers over the years, and as you can see, it is a binary. So on one hand, you have great news, people donating organs after death, their organs helping those whom they don't even know. So it's a great act of, yes, sorry. Can you? There's somebody talking. Is it for me?
No, doctor. I've muted the person.
Sorry. Okay, sure. So I was just saying that. So it is an act of human solidarity, great act of human solidarity. Because people are donating organs to people they don't know. It's one thing to donate to your brother, mother, sister, father, but it's another thing to donate to individuals whom you don't know and who may not necessarily even be people who have your same identity. So I think as I said, it's a leap of faith by families of those who donate. But on the other hand, transplantation also is an example of, I would say, partly greed, coercion, power. So it is a great duality. And I think this is a statement by an ethicist. And I think it summarizes it well, that I think the problem in transplantation, if one looks at it as a problem, is that it cannot be solved by technology alone. It cannot be solved just by doctors, because you need an organ. And if you need an organ, you need a donor. So if you need a donor, you need a human being either during their life or after death to donate an organ. So that's what makes it complicated. Now, I show this slide in my talks over many years about examples of transplantation from mythology. By the way, we must make the distinction between mythology and history. So this is mythology, but it just shows that the idea that somebody needs an organ and you can take the organ from somewhere else and put it in the body and it will heal and that organ will work is a very old idea. Okay, so this is, of course, I don't have to introduce this image on the right side. This is on the, by the way, Saint Cosmos and Saint Damien, supposed to be the patron saints of Christianity. And there's what it's a story from Christian mythology about how a priest had his leg removed, and they actually took a leg from the graveyard nearby and sort of put it on the priest's leg. So these ideas are very old, but the actual scientific work in transplantation is relatively recent. And the reason we must look at a little bit at history also is to understand that this is a field which constantly people are pushing and doing more and more experimental work. And I don't know whether I'll mention that at the end. Maybe it is on a slide, but some of you have heard that just 6 months ago, a pig's heart was transplanted into a human being. For about 2 months, the person lived and then died. It was, by the way, a Pakistani surgeon in the United States, living in the United States, trained in the United States, who did that. And it's opened out a field of animal to human transplantation, and it's going to give us its fresh set of ethical challenges. But if you see the history of organ transplantation, it started, modern transplantation, it started in the middle of the last century. This surgeon, by the way, comes from Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is very much in the news, and the surgeon first performed this surgery in a city called Kherson. And Kherson, by the way, is right now being if you, or depends on whose side you are, but if it's been annexed by Putin as a part of the war. This photo on the left is the photo of the first successful human organ transplant. And one of the reasons I put up this photo is to show that healthcare work, surgeons and physicians struggled for a long time to get transplantation going and working. And they would often do the transplant, kidney was the first organ. It would not work. It would work on table during this operation, but it would stop working till this transplant was done where it worked. So one of the fundamental riddles of modern transplantation was solved by this transplant, which is that you can do a perfect transplant, but the body has to accept the new organ. So there's something called rejection. And the reason this transplant worked was, if some of you have looked carefully at that picture, is because the donor and the recipient who are sitting in front were identical twins. So identical twins have the same immunology, and therefore the transplant worked. And actually exploded in the 80s. These are numbers from the 80s. So, this is how it zoomed up. And this is a quick look at the type of organs being done. And, this list is constantly going up. But also, so these are numbers actually which are about 4 years old. So I just put up these numbers to show you these are the kind of numbers of transplantation now being done across the world in the current era. So it's not an occasional operation any longer. Yeah, it's an operation which is now very routine in many parts of the world. Now, there's something interesting happening, which is that after life-saving organs were transplanted, life-sustaining and life-saving organs, we are now seeing increasingly organs which are not sort of into inverted commas necessary for life, but are necessary for better quality of life, or necessary for certain body functions which are being transplanted. But I just want to raise a red flag, and which is because it's very contemporary in India right now, which is happening in India right now, which is there is a push towards uterus transplantation. And today's Times of India carries an article on the push towards uterus transplantation in some institutions in India. And the reason I raise this red flag is because this is being done for in a certain subset of patients with infertility. And I think this is a very slippery slope, because you can die of a transplant. So in an effort to have a child, you can die of that procedure, point number one. Point number two, of course, I mean, this is a collateral point that if somebody can adopt, do you really want to promote operation where somebody has to donate a uterus, put it into another woman who has a potential risk, etc., etc. One of the things we must understand is that modern organ transplantation is a very successful operation. So the results these are results that if you look at the left-hand side at about 10 years. So there are two things you will look at these figures from. One is, of course, it's a successful procedure, and I'll tell you in a minute why it is successful, but also that it's not a completely perfect operation. Why is it successful? Because for many of these organs, liver, heart, lung, without transplant, there would be no 5-year survival. So it is a jump from 0 to 70. Kidney is a little different because you can be on dialysis, but of course it's a huge leap in quality of life. Life on dialysis cannot be compared to life with a transplant. So it's a very successful venture, but it's not perfect. I think what transplantation does is it puts you back to normal. It's not something where you do an operation where you are sort of bedridden. That is a very important point to make. And this is some of our liver transplant recipients talking to us in a meeting a few years ago. Sujata is still there. She will remember some of them, because Sujata incidentally was one of our first transplant coordinators at Just Loke Hospital. So the rapid growth of transplantation had lots of reasons. The technical success, preservation, good results, effective immunosuppression. So the immunity which led to organs being rejected could be overcome by giving medications to suppress the immunity. But one of the important things which pushed the growth of transplantation is the acceptance of brain death and deceased donation. Now, I presume that Sujata has explained to you what is brain death, explained to you the law that looks at brain death, and therefore I shall not spend time talking about brainstem death or brain death, except to say that there is an issue here which we are engaging with in India, which I will probably go back to in some time, when I talk about the Indian situation. But the issue is like this, that we are pushing and promoting the idea of brain death because these patients can donate organs. However, please remember that brain death is death. So therefore, if somebody cannot donate organs, ideally, we should be switching off the I won't even call it life support because there is no life, but switching off the ventilator and switching off. So basically, we should be handing over the body to the family. So we should be switching off the ventilator because brain dead patients are supported. So we are now dovetailing into the area of end of life care, into the area of withdrawal of care, and even, I dare say, a topic which is very tricky, but important, but will certainly need debate in the future, which is the area of what is called euthanasia, which is active termination of somebody's life. So I'm going to skip these slides now based on the fact that Sujata has already talked to you about live donor transplants, cadaver transplants from brain dead individuals, consent for cadaver donation, presumed consent. I think she mentioned that in some societies today, they assume that you are consenting to your organs being removed after death, after brain death, unless during your life you have expressed a desire against it. So the state, there is consensus that the state is deciding that we will take your organs unless you feel you don't want your organs to be taken. Now, live donor transplant is the way that transplants are done in India currently, majority, because deceased donation is still minimal. And live donor transplant has lots of advantages, but there is one important issue, which is about to the left here, or to the right of your screen, whatever way you look at, which is that there is a small risk to the donor. And the risk to the donor is in liver, for example, is not very small. So look at this. So 0.6 to 0.8%. So, sort of going towards 1% of live donors will die. So now this figure, most of my colleagues will say is about 1 in 300. So maybe it's more like 0.5. But for that person who dies, that's a healthy individual who's donating a part of the liver, who has really no illness. So you are donating to your husband, wife, daughter, father, son, but you have no illness. And if you have no illness and you want to donate, and if you can potentially have a death after that, would you donate? Please ask the question to yourself, and it's a very, very uncomfortable question. I have this slide on religious beliefs and donation, and I don't want to oversimplify this, but suffice to say that globally cultures largely now have accepted the idea of brainstem death and brain death. So most religions across the world have accepted it. There are, of course, differences, and there will be differences because we have different cultures. Now, I have been writing on the issue of organ sales, and the law, of course, bans organ sales. And, there are good reasons why it bans organ sales. But since this is ethics, and since this is an audience which is trying to engage itself with not just law, but ethics, we must look at this issue somewhat in a slightly more sort of detailed way. So, if you try to look at it, so that somebody's life is being saved. So if a person gets a transplant, that person's life is being saved. So if there is a donor who says, look, I know there is a risk, but I want to donate an organ, and the recipient says that I want to receive this organ and I want to give money to this person, where is the problem? If there is consent from both sides, where is the problem? So I think this dovetails, and this is again where modern ethics is moving into, to the idea of justice, to the idea of social context, to the idea of equity. Because if you disconnect ethics from the social milieu, if you disconnect morality from the social milieu, perhaps it's a very narrow idea of ethics. So therefore, consistently we have seen that in countries, and that includes India, where there are social divides, if you look at who sells, who buys, it is usually a one-way street. So it is going to be the poor, it is going to be the vulnerable, and this is not just poverty, but vulnerability, and many of you know what this is. So this would mean those who are less powerful. This would mean in India, women. In India, it would mean lower caste, could mean tribes, it could mean minorities, it could mean many things. So the vulnerable migrants. So globally, there are studies to show that it is vulnerable who will sell. So these are some of the arguments in favor of the organ trade that say that who are we to sit in moral judgment? There is hidden commerce. Can we have a regulated organ? And these are some of the counter arguments which I have already put to you. But there's one more thing, which is that if you're going to buy and sell organs, you could. I mean, the society could reach consensus and say, look, we will. Why not? Look, people say in surrogacy there was buying and selling. Surrogacy is now banned. But you can think of situations in our society where you can buy and sell, right? I mean, I don't want to sort of oversimplify and say, but there are many things you can buy and sell in this in parts of the world. So why make such a big issue is a debate. We wrote this editorial on the Telegraph last year in a specific situation in Assam, which came up where poor laborers who had lost livelihoods due to COVID were being lured to Kolkata to sell, to buy kidneys or to get their kidneys out for foreigners and rich Indians. So this is a concept which we are going to look at. We must understand how it works out on the ground. Now, just a quick look. So how much time do I have? Anukant or whoever is there?
You started at 12:05. Normally it's 30 minutes.
Okay, so I have about 10 minutes.
25 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so 10 minutes. Okay, fair enough. So I'll keep that in mind and I'll try and touch upon some key issues. Okay, so this is the map of the world looking at transplantation. So this is a very interesting map. So clearly there's a divide. The brick red, so this is North America. So the number of transplants performed per million population. And of course, there are gray areas where there are hardly any transplants. India is beginning to come out of the gray, but still very low in terms of the number of million per population. So, if you are in Mumbai, you will think that, oh, we do a lot of transplants. Yeah, we do, because, you and me move around in circles where transplants are done. But if you translate it to our population, we are transplanting very, very few people. And why is this important to know? Because, for a country like India, perhaps, and this is an argument that people are making, that if you're talking of ethics and social justice, you should not be actually promoting the idea of transplantation. You should be promoting ideas of preventing kidney failure. And there are some very good ways to do that. Preventing the metabolic syndrome. We have an epidemic in South Asia of obesity. So therefore, it is rather stupid on our part or wrong on our part to keep on talking about transplantation as the way to go, because we are not going to see even 2% of our population in our lifetime actually getting the organs that they need. But here's something else which is interesting. This is a publication of ours from a global journal called Transplantation. So what is happening in India is that most of the transplants are being done in the private sector. The public sector transplants are very low, and look at kidneys about 20%, so it's substantive. But look at the other organs, less than 5%. And this is something which we must understand. And this is something which actually, when I speak now on the global platform, people are shocked. There have been incredulous people who have come up to me after my talk and who come and say, what do you mean? How can you be doing 95% of your transplant in the private sector? How is it that you have allowed this? So I have to tell them, look, healthcare in India is largely high-tech healthcare is being delivered by the private sector. Why have we come to this pass is a separate discussion, and maybe it needs a separate topic and a separate time. But the reality is that high-end treatment, any high-end treatment, not just transplantation today, is performed not just in the private sector, but is extremely costly. But look at this also. So it is unaffordable for our ordinary citizens. I mean, look at the costs. It's 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs for a liver transplant. Now, so it's unaffordable for many of our citizens, right? But it's actually cheap for foreigners. So this is interesting. So therefore, foreigners will travel to India. And I think this is a problem, because I have said this publicly, and I don't know if Sujata is still there, or some of my colleagues are here. But what has therefore happened is that transplantation in India has acquired an elite image. And the reason I say this is because we are going to appeal to people to donate their organs, right? Donate your organs. You go to KAM hospital and Nair hospital to people to say, donate your organs. But if someone of them asks you, will I get a transplant if I need one? If I need a liver transplant, it's an uncomfortable situation. So that's the challenge that when you talk of disease donation, when there's no universal health care, there is vulnerable population, it's not that we can transfer the experience of the Western world to India. Cadaver donation in India, therefore, is there very much, but still restricted largely to private sector hospitals. And this is the issue of allocation. And I just want to say, and I have limited time now, that you have an organ which is donated. So who should get that organ? Who should be the first person to get? And that is where, again, globally, there are some well laid down rules. But in India, there are many issues come up. For that matter, in the rest of the world, should you give it to a sickest person? Should you prefer young people or the elderly? Should you give a liver to a 30-year-old who's going to contribute to his family and society more than a 65-year-old who may not contribute? But then if you're going to deny a 65-year-old, are you indulging in sort of a form of what is now called ageism? Should you give it to alcoholics? They have their own drunk their way to the liver disease, so as to say. So why give them valuable organs? And so on and so forth. So now these are the kind of questions which come up when there is a competition for organs and allocation. There is also in disease donation a view that since the organ is going to go to somebody and the hospital is going to make money and the doctors are going to make money, why is it that you're not giving any money to the family of the donor? Everybody is making money on this. So these are some of the questions that are coming up in India because we are not performing transplantation in the government sector or in the universal healthcare sector. And I think here's a question that came up a few years ago, and we did this piece where there was a tentative move by the government to what they call compensate or reward families of deceased donors. So how do we increase disease donation? I'll skip some of these slides now because I have limited time. But I think this is what also happened. So in one state of India, foreigners who are waiting for organs got organs early. And the reason the hospitals gave is because, Indian patients apparently were not on the list. And, one of the reasons, it's obvious, is that if you start with a 40 lakh cost, it's without question that a certain type of patient is going to get organs. So in a sense, and I know I'm making a strong statement, but if the system is sort of game towards the rich and the powerful and those who can afford the transplant, you cannot claim for to be a very inclusive activity. Okay, I think I'm going to okay, I mentioned about uterus transplant, and I think it's a big challenge. Okay, I'm just going to end by just referring quickly to this challenge. And I mentioned it in passing, but I think it's becoming a big challenge even in transplantation. So we are talking of deceased donations. We are telling families to donate organs when people are on ventilators and they are brain dead. They are not alive. Brain death is what we are saying. And that is scientifically true. But then the question that is coming up is that if in India, in ICUs, we do not have an end of life care policy, we are happily treating patients who may not be brain dead, but who are vegetative, who have advanced disease where they cannot come back from. Are we withdrawing care? Now, I don't want to dovetail into this whole discussion on passive as active euthanasia, etc. The only point I'm making, therefore, is that unless we have one definition of brain death and circulatory death, and which is what India seems to be moving towards, some of these questions around death, the type of death, etc., are going to haunt us in the context of organ donation. So South Asia, India, these are some of the challenges that have emerged. Some of them have been brought up. Gender is a big challenge. Wives donate to husbands. Husbands don't donate to wives. I mean, we keep on talking of statistics, that it is women or wives donating to husbands, 80%. But without saying that it is family pressure which is driving this, we are being disingenuous. So I think just to give data out saying that it is 80% wives, 20% husbands, without pointing out that this also means this is a reflection of patriarchy, is being disingenuous. Now, you and me, I'm not suggesting that you and me can change patriarchy. I'm just saying that this is how it intersects with the social milieu of any country. Okay, I normally like to give this example of a hospital in Pakistan, which I've had opportunity to visit, where this is a gentleman called Rizvi, Professor Rizvi, where transplantation is offered free. There are now 3 centers in Pakistan who offer transplantation completely free, and so I'm just saying that these are exceptions across the border. Okay, here's my last slide. Why do I say it's an uncertain glory? Because it has offered a chance of life to those with advanced organ failure. So unquestionably, it is a matter of a huge leap forward for any country. People's lives are being saved. We have the technical expertise, we have the backup, we have proven that we can do it in India. But why is it uncertain glory? Because its access and cost is still out of reach of most common citizens. And therefore, what is actually happening is that it tends to remain, and it remains currently an elite activity with vulnerable groups being targeted. And I think therefore, when you have this sort of simultaneous coexistence of something which is good and something which is not so good, that's what really makes it an uncertain glory. So that explains the title of my talk. Thank you, Anukan, thank you, FIMC. Thank you all of you for the patient hearing. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Nagral, for such an elaborate and excellent lecture with loads of information and the intricacies involved in that, and the possibility of uncertain glory making it glorious. We appreciate your.
Sorry, Dr. Anto, I missed you. So your thing says Nischal's iPad, so I could not identify you. But
yes. All right, thank you. We now go to the last lecture by Professor Dr. Jayashree Sharma, who is the first MD of transfusion medicine, pioneer of starting MD course in transfusion medicine in India, editor and chief of Asian Journal of Transfusion Medicine, member of the Governing Council and chairman of NABH and Medical Laboratories Prognostics. She will talk on ethical issues in blood donation and bone marrow donations. Dr. Jayashree cannot give this lecture in person, so we are just playing the recorded version of that lecture. Over to Sharon. Sharon?
Yes, doctor, I'm starting the recording.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me an opportunity to participate in this Augustine Elite organization and program. Thank you. With this, I'll start my lecture. I'll be covering legal aspects of blood banks, because bone marrow is a separate topic by itself and you will need another lecture for that. So legal aspects of blood banks itself is very elaborate and it is very exhaustive. So I'll be covering all this in my lecture, and it is from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Division of Blood Transfusion Services, where we have to follow the rules and regulations, and we cannot tamper with the rules that have been set up in this. So what are the various legal aspects in as far as blood banking is concerned? So we are all governed by Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and 1945, Drugs and Cosmetics Rules. So under this, blood is said to be a drug. Human blood is covered under the definition of drug under this section 3B of Drugs Cosmetics Act. And hence, it is imperative that blood banks need to be regulated under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and the rules thereunder. So we are governed by Food and Drug Administration and CDSCO, that is Central Standard Drug Control Organization, and DCGI. So we are governed by these organizations, and we are given license also to operate the blood banks. Then in the year 1967, the central government, that is the Ministry of Health, enacted a separate provision in Schedule F, Part 12B of Drugs and Cosmetic Rules. So you have various requirements such as accommodation, technical staff, equipments for operation of blood bank were included in this part. And the state drug controllers were authorized to issue the licenses for the blood banks. The standards for whole human blood was prescribed in Indian Pharmacopoeia. And due to the prevalence of AIDS virus, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, that is Government of India, issued a notification in the year 1989 under the Drugs and Cosmetic Rules and made the test HIV 1 and 2 antibodies of whole human blood as a mandatory testing requirement before transfusion. So before 1989, the blood, whatever blood was donated was not tested for any infectious, this blood transfusion transmitted disease like HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, or VDRL, etc. And everything came into force after 1989. So as per the rules which are laid down, currently we have to do these 5 mandatory tests. That is HIV 1 and 2 antibodies, then HBsAg, then it's anti-HCV antibodies, then VDRL for syphilis, testing for syphilis, then testing for malaria. So these are the 5 mandatory tests which have to be done on any unit of blood that is donated. Without doing these tests, you cannot issue the blood unit. Otherwise, legally, we will be penalized if we issue any untested blood unit. So DNC rules then were later amended, like this Rule 68A, Part 12B in the year 1992 and 93. And DCGI was vested with the power of Central License Approving Authority. And the requirement of a blood bank was inserted in Part 12B of the Drugs and Cosmetics Rules. And there are rules, that is, from 122F to 122P, which explains the various procedures of making applications by a blood bank, fees to be paid for grant or renewal of license by the applicant, and conditions of the license to be followed by the applicant after grant or renewal. So it is a big book, Drugs and Cosmetics Act and rules. So here everything is mentioned, like how you have to apply for the license, because without applying for the license, you cannot run a blood bank. So you have to apply for the license. If you are starting for the first time, then it is grant of license. And if you have to renew, then it is for the renewal of license. So the license will be renewed every 5 years. First, the application, the license is granted by the Drug Control Authority. So this is the procedure we follow. Like, for example, I'll tell in my blood bank what we do. So we apply for license renewal every 5 years. So for that, we fill up a form 28C, which is provided by the FDA. So that along with that, various documents has to be filled up, like FDA approved staff and equipments, accommodation, personal manpower, etc. And then 1 copy has to be submitted to FDA, 1 copy to CDSCO, which is in Bombay Central, FDA Maharashtra, it is at BKC, and 1 copy to DCGI, New Delhi. So like that, 3 copies we have to submit. And once we submit, every 5 years, this has to be done. So then they come for inspection, FDA, CDSCO, along with the transfusion medicine expert, they come and they inspect the blood bank. And if there are any deficiencies observed, they will notify, they will send us in writing that the deficiencies that have been observed. So you comply with this within 7 days. So then we give the compliance report. So after that, if the need be, they come and do the inspection, or else they will say they will send a application to the CDSU and DCGI to give us the license. So once the license is given, it is for 5 years. So this is the way it is done, because without this, this is all mandatory. We cannot run a blood bank if we don't have the license. Then in accordance with the Supreme Court order, blood bank legislation was again revised on 5/4/1999 to include good manufacturing practices, standard operating procedure, and validation of equipments. So we have to follow like a pharmaceutical industry. It is like a mini pharmaceutical industry, blood bank now. So we have to follow all the good manufacturing practices, and we have to have SOPs in place, standard operating procedure for every procedure that we do. And all the equipments have to be validated, calibrated within their specified times, and keep a record of that. Then we have a national blood policy also. So this was developed by Government of India for provision of safe and adequate blood transfusion services to the people. So the mission statement of national blood policy is that there should be easy accessibility and adequate supply of safe and quality blood, which is collected from voluntary, non-remunerated regular blood donors in well-equipped premises and is stored and transported under optimal conditions. And professional donors is banned. Then transfusion should be done under the supervision of a trained personnel, for which all whose needs it is irrespective of their social or economic status through total quality management approach. Then we have national plasma policy also. There's not only national blood policy, we have national plasma policy also. So this aim of this policy is to facilitate national access to plasma-derived blood products for therapeutic use. So now what are the plasma-derived blood products? We have two aspects. One is blood components, the other is plasma-derived blood products. So plasma-derived blood products are albumin, immunoglobulins, then factor VIII concentrate and factor IX concentrate. And blood components are red blood cells, concentrated red blood, packed red blood cells, then fresh frozen plasma, platelet concentrate, cryoprecipitate. So these are the blood components. So blood components are prepared within 6 hours of collection. Once the donor is collected from a donor, blood is collected from a donor, within 6 hours of collection, you have to separate the component, that is separate the plasma, and then prepare platelets, cryo, everything out of it. So that is blood components. So, but if it is more than 6 hours of collection, then that plasma is supposed to be stored plasma, where all the coagulation factors and platelets become non-viable. So you can only have prepare albumin, immunoglobulin, etc. So that plasma, such plasma goes for fractionation. So by way of fractionation, which is done by column chromatography method. So from that you prepare all the albumin, immunoglobulin, etc. So what plasma policy objectives? So here this is to reiterate that government will facilitate availability and utilization of safe and adequate quantity of plasma derived products for clinical or therapeutic use, and to make available adequate resources to develop and organize a plasma and plasma derived medicine products mobilization throughout the country, to take adequate regulated legislative steps for monitoring of activities related to plasma derived products. So now this plasma fractionation center was first established at KM Hospital in the year 1988. And in fact, that was the only center which was established in the entire Southeast Asia at that time. And that fraction, so plasma from the entire country was being transported and provided to run the center, where albumin, immunoglobulin, etc. is to be prepared, and those vials used to be supplied to all the blood banks or the hospitals which are providing them. But however, unfortunately, in 2001, due to various reasons, technical reasons, or due to lack of manpower, the plasma had shut down. The plant had shut down. But however, the staff who were appointed for the fractionation, National Plasma Fractionation Center, which is in 7th floor at KM Hospital, multi-story building, they have remained. So this plasma is being supplied to them it's from the entire country or from the government and BMC blood bank. So what are we going to do? Because whatever plasma that is collected after 6 hours of collection anyway will be a waste, because you cannot prepare platelets or fresh frozen plasma for patients. So such plasma has to be utilized, optimally it should be utilized. So this plasma is sent for contract fractionation to other fractionators. For example, in the initial years after the plant had shut down from 2001 to almost 2008 to 2008, it was being sent to Korea for fractionation. But however, after 2008, the government said that there are many private fractionation centers had been set up by that time, by 2008, 7, 8. Like, at Ahmedabad, it is there, in Hyderabad, GSK, then Reliance is manufacturing. So that's why they told us that you send the plasma for fractionation in India only. So that's how it is being sent to India for fractionation. So the plasma which is sent to the plasma fractionation center can be stored at -30 for 5 years, at -20 to 30 for 5 years. So all this plasma, once they collect enough plasma, all those fractionators, after we collect enough plasma, after we collect enough plasma, the plasma is sent for fractionation, and the products which we get, finished products like albumin, immunoglobulin and all, it is supplied to patients. Now, for example, if we are supplying KM being a poor hospital, the plasma and albumin is given to us and we give it free of cost through Poor Box Fund. So like that, we are managing just now. But however, now there are efforts and attempts to restart the plant. So hope so that it will start at the earliest. No, in this national plasma policy, again, we have to strengthen the quality systems and plasma blood transfusion services for plasma collection, transportation, processing, production, and distribution of plasma-derived medicinal products, and to encourage research and development in the field of blood components, plasma fractionation, and plasma-derived products. So then there are NACO guidelines for blood storage centers. Now there were many blood banks in the country where they were collecting less than 2,000 units per year, like 1,000 units or 500 blood bags. So such centers, they said you shut it down and convert them into blood storage centers, where they will get attached to a mother blood bank, and the mother blood bank will supply them all the blood components that is required, and they will just bring and cross matching. So collection and all that, this thing, expenditure involved, expenditure, manpower, infrastructure that is required for setting up of a blood bank can be avoided if blood storage centers are set up. So NACO set up guidelines for starting of blood storage centers. So this guidelines contains detailed guidelines formulated by an expert group for setting up a blood storage facility, which was identified as first referral unit with up to 50 beds. For setting up similar units at hospitals with more beds, the same guidelines would apply, but the requirement of equipments and consumables may increase. So these first referral units, community health centers, primary health centers, or any other hospitals are required to obtain approval from the state or union territory licensing authority. And this document contains guidelines for the application that needs to be made to the central licensing authority. And this document contains guidelines for application that needs to be made to the central licensing, state licensing authority. So what are these guidelines for storage centers? Then there are requirements for approval, suggested quantities to be available, storage and transportation, disposal, documentation and training, rules and procedures, and equipment specification. Then there are standard operating procedures for blood grouping, RH grouping, compatibility testing, labeling, and issue of blood for blood storage centers. Then there are clinicians' guidelines also whenever storage center is set up, like, obstetric condition for whole blood, responsibility of clinicians, administration of blood, transfusion reactions, appropriate use of blood components, blood substitutes, and plasma substitutes. Then there was something called as Hemovigilance Program of India, which was set up in the year 2012. It was not existing before. So it was existing in some countries, but in India, it was not there with huge population, with such huge amount of blood that is collected. So National Institute of Biologicals, that is NIB, along with Pharmacovigilance of India and Indian Pharmacopoeia, they set up this Hemovigilance Program of India. So it was NIB, or National Institute of Biologicals, and Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission collaboration. So what is this Hemovigilance Program of India? It is a continuous process of data collection and analysis of transfusion-related adverse reactions in order to investigate their causes and outcomes and prevent their occurrence or recurrence. And the objectives of this Hemovigilance Program in India were track adverse reactions or events and incidents which is associated with blood transfusion and blood product administration, which is hemovigilance. Then to help identify trends, recommend best practices and interventions which are required to improve patient care and safety while reducing the overall cost of healthcare system. Then there was biomedical waste management and handling rules also, which was set up in 1998. So here, in this Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India has notified biomedical waste management handling rules, 2011 Protection Act 19. And this biomedical waste rules applies to all persons who generate biomedical waste. Every institute shall set up, internet connection is unstable, it's mentioned. Every institute shall set up requisite biomedical waste treatment facilities like autoclave, microwave, hydroclave, shredder in the premises, or ensure it at an approved common waste treatment facility. Every institution shall apply for grant authorization to the prescribed authority. Biomedical waste shall be segregated in the color-coded containers. Then there are 8 categories of biomedical waste which shall be disposed of in accordance with Schedule 1 of the rule. So there is district level monitoring committees under the chairmanship of district medical officer who shall monitor the compliance. And the compliance to the guidelines which are issued by Central Pollution Control Board, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India has now become mandatory for management of biomedical waste. So in blood bank, what we do, we take all the bags. First, they are segregated, and then they are autoclaved at 121 degrees centigrade and 15 pounds pressure for around 45 minutes. So in that, the blood, the reactive blood becomes solidified and becomes hard, so that it cannot be used by anybody. Then that is then put in all yellow bags, which is a biohazard waste bag. And then a vehicle biohazard vehicle comes to our institution, and all the bags are they are sent to the dumping ground or wherever they are incinerated or wherever they are treated. So it is sent by the vehicle, biohazard vehicle. So this is the thing which is followed. We don't discard the blood unit as it is, whether it is blood, plasma, platelets, all the blood bags, they are supposed to be autoclaved and then only discarded. And even expired blood bags, it is that they are also supposed to be autoclaved and discarded. Then there is International Society of Blood Transfusion, ethical code for blood donation and transfusion, which is supposed to be followed by us also. So here, the donation of blood and hematopoietic stem cells should be voluntary, and the donor should never be compelled. So at any cost, whether it's a blood donor, plasma donor, or a platelet donor, they should never be compelled. And now replacement donation is practically, it is out of this thing. I mean, it is not being followed only. All should be voluntary. That is what the Supreme Court order has told us. We cannot force any donor to donate his blood or whatever. And the donor should provide informed consent. So before donating, there is a donor form, with the informed consent. So he has to read that donor questionnaire and he has to give informed consent. Then only he can donate blood. And a profit motive should not be the basis for an establishment and running of a blood service. It should be totally voluntary and non-remunerated blood service. And there's anonymity between the donor and recipient must be ensured. The donor should not know to whom the blood is going, or the recipient should not know from whom he is receiving blood. So that's why, as per the Drug Cosmetics Act, whatever labels we put in the blood bags, in that the identity of the donor or the recipient is never mentioned. And the donor should understand the risk to others by donating infected blood, and that it is his or her ethical responsibility to the recipient. So they should give proper history whenever they are giving before donating, because they can create a risk to the recipient otherwise. And the blood donation must not involve any discrimination of any kind. Then the blood must be collected under overall responsibility of a suitably qualified registered medical practitioner. So there should be a registered medical practitioner who are approved by FDA. So they only should supervise the blood donation activities. And blood is a public resource and access should not be restricted. At the same time, wastage should be avoided. Then the patient should be informed of the known risks and benefits of blood transfusion or alternative therapies and have the right to accept or refuse the procedure. So the way we have an informed consent form for the donor, same way we should have informed consent form for the recipient also, informed consent for blood transfusion. So they should be informed of all the risks. So that is mandatory and it is a must. So all the clinicians should ensure that they take informed consent for blood transfusion before blood transfusion or any platelet or plasma transfusion before they transfuse it to the recipient. And the transfusion therapy must be given under the overall responsibility of a registered medical practitioner. So they should be there at the time of transfusion. It shouldn't happen like, in medical colleges, public hospitals and all, where the workload is huge. The resident doctor tells the staff nurse that you monitor and then he goes away. It shouldn't be like that. The resident doctor or whosoever, some registered medical practitioner has to be there throughout till the entire blood unit is transfused. Then there is international standard ISO 3826 for blood bags also. So whatever blood we are collecting in the blood banks, there is a ISO standard for that also. Like that will give a specification for the plastic containers. You know that blood bags are made up of plastic. So the manufacturers of the plastic bags or blood bags, the containers are expected to disclose to the National Control Authority, if requested by them, the full details of the plastic materials, their methods of manufacture, chemical names, and all the additives. Like, for example, the blood bag which we are using to collect blood, that has the first other blood bag which has the anticoagulant. So that citrate phosphate dextrose, adenine, CPDA. So that anticoagulant, everything details, it has to be given, to go through testing, coagulation testing, and all those stability tests. So all that has to be informed to the National Control Authority, DCGI, everyone. Then only they can, they are eligible to supply the bags. Then a chemical name, then additives which are used. Like, there are many additives, like, for example, SAGM solution, SAGM, saline adenine glucose mannitol, which is added to red cells. So to improve the expiry date, to extend the lifespan of the blood bag, we keep it for 35 days. So if we add additive solution like SAGM, saline adenine glucose mannitol, the expiry date can be extended to 42 days. So like that, So all these details have to be disclosed to the National Authority and DCGI. So with this, I end my talk. So these are the various legal and ethical aspects which have to be followed for running a blood bank or blood transfusion service, whether you have to run a blood bank or whether you have to transfuse it to a patient. Everything is controlled by legal authorities and everything has to be ethical. So
thank you, Dr. Jayashree Sharma. Although you're not there, our minds are full of knowledge that you have imparted in this lecture. I have some few announcements to make, just short announcement. First assignment of the project, first assignment is due on last date, 15th of November. Announcement of the World Bioethics Day on 16th October from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. There are 30 registrations so far. I will request you all to register more. There are competition for that, and we got 6 entries so far, 4 from the current batch and 2 from the 2020 batch in terms of posters and poems. Remember, there are judges for deciding the winner of this competition. And next time, whoever submits the case study first will start as first to start the case study. And last but not the least, there's on 12th October at 8 p.m. there's a meeting, a Zoom meeting of the mentors, co-mentors, and group leaders. Please attend the same. Thank you very much. Thank you all the faculty. Thank you all the delegates for.
Can I take a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, just there were very good presentations this time, but there were some that were done in a very big hurry and they were just cut and pasted. Can I just request you to take some time and make the presentations better and more to the point? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon?
Yes,
You can
Doctor.
disconnect. You can disconnect
Okay.
us.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anukant.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Dr.
Thank you,
Mittal.
sir. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
Thank you,
Sharon.
Doctor. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.